All right. Big up to each and everyone. Today is Wednesday, November 26, 7:38 p.m. Welcome to Imhotep University TV. I am your host, Imhotep. My apologies for the late start. Let me go through the formalities, big up the people, and then we get into the meat of the matter. TG Media, yeah, manners and respect, me general. Mood man, yeah, big up myself, me general, yeah, man. Always there, always checking. Mood man, it look like say you get the notifications though. A lot of people not getting the notifications, you see it. So, big up to the people who do. And for the loyal subscribers, you can just look over your more time and night time and see if nothing go on, or just go back on the platform, the channel, and see if the live stream go on, or you might miss it because YouTube doesn't really send out the notifications like that sometimes, especially when YouTube kind of funny, YouTube very funny. YouTube funny bad. If you don't go live for all a 5 day, and you do one live and then the next 6-7 days you don't go live, yeah, it really slow down in the algorithm like that, your algorithm. So you have to kind of, out here regularly and things like that. More time to get the algorithm fully active. And also, new subscribers and things like that does boost the algorithm as well. A lot of people not getting the notifications. Whole heap of people. YouTube, that's kind of weird like that too. Especially when they come out the live streams. So that's why we ask the ones them to just leave a like on the stream. Yeah, as them check in still. As Moodman said, yeah, anyway, do the right thing. Just leave a like. You see, Simon Campbell, when the Prime Minister stretched the olive branch, Mark and crew tell him, no, him crying the papa. Well, here go on still. The politics thing, Simon, the politics thing kind of really partisan more time, You understand what I say? Yeah, we're all our reasoning about it still. Big up yourself, respect for the check-in. I hope you leave a like. Kenra Music, manners and respect, Condom Spice, big up yourself. Well, you say, looking forward to the reasoning. Yeah, man, respect me general. Anyway, it go. We always try to put some topics out there that we think can engage, or it can definitely encourage ones and ones to check it out and see what I go on and hear what I say. Sonic Frequency Sound, big up yourself, Yo, where you going with? Big up yourself, Yo, say welcome everyone. Silent listeners, please hit the like button on the stream before you even enter. Respect Imhotep. You know a thing, yo, respect every time, man. Success over I, big up yourself, Yeah, man, respect every time. Gaza Ricardo, manners and respect, Carla Messiah, where you going with? Big up yourself, Yeah, man, respect. Cute Browning, yeah, man. Big up. As Bongo Jed said, don't forget to hype the videos too. Yeah, because it's a new feature. When we see YouTube kind of, you're dropping in a couple of months now. Let's say about what? About 2 months now or so, right? And people on the playback, yeah, man, they can hype the video as well too. And engagement. YouTube is all about engagement, So the more someone like, share, subscribe. If I even in the chat where you have the little emojis, them just engage, man. The good thing with TikTok, is that everybody over TikTok, I think they are cultured where them leave a like. You see them will say, punch up the like button. And people are give all 100 likes on them something like one person on a TikTok live will give all 400 likes. And guess what go on now? 5,000 people pass through a live stream, or 2,000 people pass through a live stream. You can't even get 200 or 300 likes because the people them kind of culture differently still. But respect to the the genuine people who appreciate the platform and also know say, yeah, man, as a way of expressing their appreciation for the content, because sometimes it's not easy for doubt a reason for 4, 5, 6 hours. It's not that easy, That's 6 hours of my time, 5 hours of valuable time. I mean, I appreciate the audience as well, because you have some people they have for the 5, 6 hours. But it's also a lot of time, a lot of information being conveyed as well, irrespective of what the topics are. So, the platform here still is a platform where it's always about engagement. It's always about edifying. It's always about different perspective, contending views, and things like that still, you see. So, all right, there, so that there. Misty, perfectly imperfect, big up yourself, Cyrus the Virus, big up, bro. Since listening to your program, I've learned so much. This is all in one program. History, music, religious class. Keep it up, bro. Always tune in. All right, respect Cyrus, the virus, man. We greatly appreciate that still, you know. And we greatly appreciate the people and who can just make we know straight up, say, yeah, man, them appreciate the content. You know, sometimes it's musical, sometimes it's political, sometimes it might be social commentary, but irrespective of what it is considered to be informative and edifying, and people can engage and people can learn from it. You see, big up to our viewers, big up to our subscribers, moderators, big up on yourself. You know, silent listeners, big up on yourself as always. Greatly appreciate the continued support. Big up to the people and wherever they're from, right? Yeah, big up the Jamaican audience, you know, Jamaican massive on the big up on yourself. Caribbean audience, respect, you know, North, South, Central American audience, on the big up on yourself. European massive, yeah, big up on yourself as well. Respect, big up to the people and the playback as well. We greatly appreciate the continued support. Nikki Willie, big up yourself, man. You know it go manners and respect. Special shout out to the members of the platform as well. Michelle Clark, Exit 9X, Miss Blue Fire, Yo Jam, Nikki Willie, Gary Hem, Disa Nice 777, Lana Gikes, aka Boo Boo, Adi, Bad Fam, big up, Cute Brown in One Cushman, DB, Jam One, Global Live Records TV, Moodman, Humbleman RB, Blacks All Day, Naibees, Conquering Lion 777, Silver One, Private Figure, One Queen Lakeisha, Only Good Karma Baby, Vanny Edwards, Jerome Pearson, Sugar Nuts, Ricky Tan, The Winner, Real Simmer Music, Lynette Thompson, The Free Thinker, Vioni All, Is Addiction, Lone Star, Rick Livestream. Yeah, man, big up, manners and respect every time for the continued support to the membership. You see it? So, very interesting topics in my view. You know the thing go. Big up yourself in a Sugar Notch. Yeah, manners and respect every time for the check-in and the continued support. One Cushman, my general. Big up yourself in a family. Yeah, man. I will say manners and respect and reciprocity every time. You see? All right. We have some topics up for discussion. I think it should be a very interesting night. From a political perspective as well. And, you know, we have a couple other things to speak on. JA government, JPS wrong move. That's a question being asked because it's a whole hullabaloo going on in the political arena, right? We see where we see where the government, right? The government is giving JPS a loan of 150 million US dollars. That's equivalent to, let's say, 24 billion Jamaican dollars, right? They're giving JPS a loan. And I think the opposition has asked some questions. You know, we see Mark Golding, we see Philip Palwell, them asking some questions. Very valid questions in my view as well. I think in this particular case, yeah, the PNP, they really have a strong argument, in my view. You get what I say? And I think that the JLP, yeah, I see gaslighting and I see backpedaling somewhat. And I don't think it looked good, but we are going to be discussing this particular matter as well in detail because it's very important. You get what I say? When you look at the whole history of JPS, and JPS was nationalized, and something, you know, JLP nationalized JPS, you know. Well, no. Well, I should say the JLP pretty much made JPS a monopoly, right? Yeah. And the JPS was the first to nationalize. The JLP was the first to nationalize JPS as well. And under the PNP privatized it. Because really and truly still, for those who understand the political ideologies, you know, there's a thing called neoliberalism, right? And neoliberalism is something where it's a system, right? It's a system that has dominated the Western Hemisphere. And neoliberalism is more about, let's say, the government should not own no airport. The government should not own no JPS like that. The government should not really own these type of entities like that. The government should just be focused on running the country, collecting taxes, dealing with transportation and health and them something there. Cool. But even like all the petroleum corporation and them something they still, government shouldn't really own things like that. The airport, yeah, them sign a deal with a company for run it for a while, right? Yeah. So when it comes down to neoliberalism, it's more of the government should not really be owning a lot of industries. They should be privatized. Yeah. So it's private entities that really run and operate them, because what it does offset the government as well. Because everything where the government run, me not see them at getting no profit from. Billions and billions in losses. You understand me? I say, even with JUTC, it's billions and billions in losses, but they have to continue, because at the end of the day, the government is, responsible for public transportation like that. But I remember Andrew when they said them that got deal with some, private-public partnerships, because that is good sometimes too. If you run the thing, the operation of JUTC, yeah, when private people are run it, yeah, it run different. When the taxpayers them appear, yeah, it's like a fat cow we get milk. But we got one serious reason about JPS, because at the end of the day still, when JPS was formed, a lot of people in Jamaica might not even know, say, initially, right, there was never no one company, the JLP made JPS a monopoly. You understand me? I say the JLP made JPS a monopoly, and from ever since, yeah, I think it really has affected, the consumers in general, taxpayers in general, because listen to me, we are in a capitalist environment where it's a capitalist-based economy. It's a neoliberal-based economy as well. Where here we go. It's all about making as much and making as much and making as much. So JPS was never a monopoly initially, from its inception. JPS was more them coming and, you have other companies. I know how it go with capitalism. A man just buy out that man, then buy out that man. So him be the sole one where I run the thing, right? So here we go on with JPS. Yeah, turning JPS into a monopoly, it's never good for business. So the fact that JPS is a monopoly, and it was even the JLP that made them a monopoly as well too. Yeah, man, it does kind of it has affected consumers throughout the years. Yes, there's the OUR and the Office of Utilities Regulation, and they might set certain prices or say oversee or supervise the pricing mechanisms and things like that to ensure it is fair to the consumers or the general public. But there's always a conflict of interest when the government have shares in it. But it's a very interesting conversation, because we see where the government is lending JPS 150 million. The PNP is saying, but JPS I say a 300 odd million for really restore the grid, right? And they have given no assurances of how or where they are get the next 200 million from. It's a valid argument, and it's an interesting conversation. So we're going to talk about that. PNP cries partisanship. Yeah, we see what the PNP has said, boy. The JLP is definitely playing politics when they come on to the collective effort in terms of the relief for those affected after the passing of Hurricane Melissa. So, PNP has said, boy, I pay tribal politics are gone. But we're going to reason about that still, because everybody play them little tribalism still. Jackie Owen, let's speak up yourself, Passion Paradise, manners and respect, Spons Price, big up yourself. Watch, look, and listen. Yeah, man, big up, Yeah, man, manners and respect. You get me, I say. You say, Passion, may I ask Mark and the PNP if them don't have light, and if the people of Jamaica don't want light? It's an interesting conversation that's still Passion Paradise, because right now, still, trust me, just follow the reasoning and you will see my perspective. Big up to Yo-Yo, member for 10 months. It's always a pleasure being here. Yeah, man, big up Yo-Yo for always being here as well, because we greatly appreciate the, support. You get me, I say? Yeah, man. GW876, big up yourself, Joy Precious, big up, big up, big up. Respect everybody when they are. Yeah, man. Manners and respect. All right, Jimmy Cliff State Funeral. Yeah. Big up to the great Jimmy Cliff. He has passed away. The last live stream I did, when was that? Wednesday. I think it was Monday, right? Yeah, and I did say, well, yeah, he should have been afforded or been given a state funeral, like an official funeral. It was announced in Parliament, and that's a good look. We're going to talk about it. We are also see Jimmy Clifford dominate the reggae iTunes chart as well. I think 5 or 6 projects dominate the iTunes chart, the reggae iTunes chart, as a result of his passing as well. So we go, good music always prevail. Legends will always be here. So it's a good look. We have all a reason on that. I think the last reason about the Jimmy Cliff, it was a very good one as well too. You know the thing. You see it. Sean Paul on the ground. Yeah, big up to everyone that is playing their part in the relief efforts. But it must be commendable to a Sean Paul where the man up on the ground and he might do some work where the man everywhere, brother. It's not like saying just pass through and a 1 time or 2 time. The man just out there. I will see him do the work. A lot of people, are appreciating what Sean Paul is doing. No doubt about it. He has been very, very, very much involved in the recovery process, even as a private individual working with his foundation and Food for the Poor and all the other ones who might be a part of his team. So me have to big up Sean Paul and his team and the work what he might do out there, because trust me, we see it and it cannot go unnoticed. It's important to say, big up everybody, because a lot of people we see are put in the work in terms of playing their part in supporting those affected. But we see Sean Paul definitely do some work where, it definitely needs to be highlighted. So we are going to a little reasoning about that. Remember, hit that like button, hit that like button, hit that like button. As I say, YouTube now really send out the notifications like that. So hitting the like button does help. All right, let me get into the meat of the matter by starting off with what the Prime Minister is saying. Because the Prime Minister is saying that the people who are telling the lies, they are tarnishing Jamaica. And it goes for a lot of people. Buju Banton, in terms of where him come out and say, right? And Mr. Vaz present the evidence and Buju run, gone, dust. I'm not going to say hide, but yeah, he has withdrawn from the battlefield. And he was very strong about it and say he will not be silenced and all this, right? Pushing back at Mr. Vaz's statement and things like that. And when the evidence and the exhibits, so to speak, were presented, he has yet to present anything to challenge, the evidence presented. Very silent. And them say silent means consent. But, you have a whole heap of people in general, man. You have people on TikTok, social media in general. It's all about disinformation and misinformation. And I can't tell you straight up, say, me nah lie still. These PNP bloggers, they disappoint me. Me nah lie. The PNP bloggers, it's very disappointing. I'm just keeping it 100. It's very disappointing because most of what is being said, 99% of what is being said, it's all about appealing to emotions and gaslighting and things like that. It's not no fact-based information. It's not information where a man can say, yeah, man, that's true. It's more of conspiracy theories and innuendos and, suppositions and things like that. Right? I'm very disappointed in the PNP bloggers there. Social media in general has really divided us to where we just pick a side and we're very tribal about it too. So the side where we rate can do nothing wrong, and the side where we rate, the side where we rate can do nothing wrong, and the side where we don't rate can do nothing right. Invest, big up yourself, You get what I say? Yeah, man. Manners and respect. To be honest with you, invest. I better about the politics vloggers them, right? Like that, the one them when send them a PNP and them sitting on a vlog for PNP. All I see is appeal to emotions. Yeah, them just rile up the PNP people. Them Andrew won't have to go. The JLP is corrupt. All kind of things. It's just crazy. Like the substance of the argument is woefully lacking. And it's all about appealing to emotions. Get them rile up. It's like it's not a fact-based approach. Somebody JLP vloggers them me see on YouTube and things like that. Even over TikTok. Well, me can't talk for YouTube. Because TikTok people just talk anything to. Me think, listen me, the JB vloggers them me see on YouTube like that. Me think they're more focused on presenting concise information, factual information, and things like that. Me don't know, I don't know what's going on, but the PNP bloggers, them, it's just disgraceful. Or the man, them just like a trace, you know, that's a gaslight, you know, rile up them audience and things like that. In the same Buju argument, everybody out there defend Buju, defending what? Buju in America, and a man tell him something, and a man say a true Buju attack. She say, the airport steal the things. Where the evidence there? Oh, the government should prove that's not the case. The burden of proof is on the accuser, right? So the prime minister said, well, you're tarnishing Jamaica with a lie. And it's a valid argument too, because a lot of vloggers, we say them are PNP vloggers, they not care about the truth. They just want to say, oh, as long as it's red meat and bones for the base in terms of them for devour it and cost the government and things like that. Yeah, I think that's all I'm really care about, because them build a niche there, you know. And that's how social media is as well. When you build a niche audience where your niche audience is, yeah, man, tear down the government, burn out and do one less and this and that. Yeah, you have to continue feeding that niche, you know, yeah, and the same red meat. You get with me? That's why I'm going to put my platform in, you know, niche audience kind of thing. Yeah, I don't want to, pro PNP and pro JLP. No, we can have PNP and JLP and opposing views can content, and we see what makes sense. You know, that's the nature of this platform, whether musical or politics. You know, ones might say, well, why go a long time and get a musical reason like that? Not to go on out in the space like that. You get what I say? Yeah, man, you know, we sound the alarm and the state of dancehall in terms of, say, the regression, you know, no, from about August, we are almost in what? December. Next week of December. Yeah, next week of December. And from August, me ask who have a hit song in a dancehall, and we don't see that yet. But you know it go. We are going to hold a little political reasoning. I got to do some social commentary, and we can definitely share some perspective. So let's take a listen as to what the Prime Minister is saying. You know, it's a valid argument, you know, right? To say that, especially when it comes on to what's going on with the whole Melissa and the recovery process. When a man come out and say, yo, them thief me things at the airport, we are talking about someone like Buju, right? Yeah, of course that go viral and the international audience are going to see what I go on. Of course, it can definitely change the perception. No doubt about it. So I think it's a valid argument, but let's just listen what the Prime Minister said. I honestly think that the JLP, the government with this JPS thing, yeah, I think it's a very interesting one, and I think them blunder upon that one still, but you know it go. We are going to reason about it.
We have to be so careful that these kinds of careless talk. Now, for the people, Mr. Speaker, I'm about to say something, and I just want to be clear. For the people who are saying it, and gaining influence on persons who don't understand, it is dangerous, because you know there is a public that believes that somehow we sit here and we are trying to somehow take away money that has come for the relief of the people.
All right, so the public will believe because a lot of gullible people they're out here. Ryan Scott, big up yourself, you know. J Views, manners and respect. You get what I'm saying? Bongo Dread, no bother with that, you know. No bother with that, man. When you say world boss came to see him dancehall and we are regressed, the one man can't. Don't tell him already, say no one man no run this thing, you know, brother. Yeah, no John, no surround no one man, you know. As great as Michael Jackson was, the music wasn't all about him, brother. So as me I said, me don't tell me from day one, say this thing about dancehall was in a prison and them sitting there. Never make no sense to me. But anyways, that's neither here nor there for now. But so a lot of gullible people are out here in the space, no doubt about it. But the Prime Minister, if you understand, say, enough of the social media influencers and these people have platforms. It's not them are the problem, you know. It's not them are the problem. It's the gullible people who, one, they have refused to do their own research and fact check anything at all. Right? They don't want to do any research. They don't want to fact check anything. Them just know, say, oh, wait, I want 800 owners platform this. I want anti-JLP platform this. Yeah, man. Yes, some there. Yeah, man. Give them the flame. I want pro-PNP platform this, anti-JLP and vice versa. Yeah, man. Give them the flame. Nobody cares about the truth. Case in point. And these things are just case studies. Does anyone remember Chingy? Big up yourself, you know, Wayne Huggins. Jeremy Simon, big up. If anyone in the chat remember Chingy, Chingy was a hip-hop artist. Chingy. Let me see. Does anyone remember Chingy? Let me see the where self-made. If self-made was here, thank you, Misty. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I like the way you shake it right there. Yeah, you know, that was a big hit song for Chingy. Now, with Chingy, you know, Chingy, big artist, right? I like the way you shake it right there. Big hit song theme and things like that, right? Chingy, you know, took a photo with what appeared to be a female, but it was a transgender person, right? And that photo went viral at the time. And it was rumored that Chingy was dating at, you know, at transmission, so to speak, right? And that rumor caught like wildfire, and Chingy lost his career because of a rumor, not because it was factual. Chingy lost his career, which means that the people cancel Chingy based on a speculation, a rumor. So my point here is that sometimes people don't care about the factual arguments. You understand what I say? People don't care about the factual arguments, and people don't care about doing any research to validate things and stuff like that. You get what I say? Big up yourself in a advice. You know, a man has a respect, you see. So Chingy's career got messed up because of that. One rumor, not factual, just a rumor. You know, I say that to say this, when it comes on to evil, what's going on in the social media space with Hurricane Melissa and things like that. Yeah, man. There's a lot of misinformation, disinformation, rumors. So what Andrew Wells are saying now is that people are absorbing the information and them I believe it, but me can't blame the bloggers them, you know. Me have to blame the gullible people them who just accept everything that is said as gospel. You know, they don't fact check anything and they don't care about the truth either. They don't care about the truth. The people them who are say Buju right, they don't care about the truth. You see them asking evidence and say, boy, Buju, you say a thing, you know. So where the evidence there, they don't care about that. All them want to know say Buju right, Buju right, Buju right. Because Buju are PNP and a PNP them say. And Buju accuse the government. And that's all them care about. But they not ask the Buju say, Buju, where the proof there, where the evidence there, Buju, we are wait feet, you know, because you were strong in your conviction to say, well, I hear poor thief, you're good. Yeah, that's the reality of things. Let's continue.
Let me say this clearly, Mr. Speaker. It would be morally reprehensible for anyone to be using any government resources in any way that has been given or borrowed for relief or any other action to mitigate the damage of this hurricane for any personal or private gain. And if there is any such thing happening, I don't have to wait for any other entity to ferret it out or find it. I will find it myself. Let it be on the record, Mr. Speaker, that this is not the first disaster that this government has had to address. There was never a question about the administration of resources for Hurricane Beryl. No donor said what I gave, I don't know how it was accounted for.
Yes, but Mr. Prime Minister, please don't justify that by not having, the various oversight bodies. And we are talking about the broad consensus. We're not talking about the politicians then. We are talking about our Melissa Recovery Oversight Committee, where I oversee the spending and whatever is being allocated and things like that. So while questions might not have been asked of Beryl, which I'm sure there were questions, of course, PNP did ask about questions, and whole heap of people on social media was asking questions as well. But that should not be a justification for excluding the private sector, various independent bodies, private bodies, from being a part of a committee to oversee the expenditures and things like that. So really and truly still, government should not brag and boast about transparency, in my view, like that. Let the independent voices say it more and say it louder. And that should not be an indication to say, well, there were no questions about money being spent after Beryl. That does not justify the exclusion of the various, sectors of society in terms of being a part of a committee to oversee, the emergency response, what is being spent and things like that.
Let it be clear that for the entire administration of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, where the government of Jamaica executed the largest social protection program in the history of Jamaica.
Yeah, but what if money spent and them say is unaccounted for and them sitting there? Some breed of money where them say spend and them something they still, a lot of it is not accounted for, but that's neither here nor there. The real Kevin, big up yourself, Tolati Blake, big up, Lynette Thompson. Yeah, man, respect, what thing go. You see, who is there now quick and fast? Annette Douglas, big up yourself, All right, so you said that you didn't get a notification. Yeah, Annette, is either you can unsubscribe and resubscribe and hit the bell. And for those who are new subscribers, you can also hit the notification bell. Hitting the bell is very important. If you subscribe to the platform and you have not hit all on the bell, YouTube is not going to send any notifications like that. It's going to customize the notification. So a lot of people who are new subscribers and who are past subscribers, just remember it's important to hit all on the bell. All right? Once you subscribe. As I said, the YouTube thing kind of funny. But let's continue.
There wasn't even one question of misappropriation of funds. So I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, that those persons who wish to tarnish myself, tarnish the government, you are tarnishing Jamaica with a lie. I am not worried so much, Mr. Speaker, because wherever I travel and I meet with the international community, you know what they say? They say, you have done an amazing job. And I'm not joking, Mr. Speaker.
Right. So we saw where, what was it? Was it the International Development Bank? That definitely said that the response from the government was impressive. And here the Prime Minister saying that, if he goes to a place, he gets that feedback. That's fine. But a lot of these people in the West, if you ask them, chances are their opinions might differ. And why their opinion should carry value is because they are the ones who are experiencing it, right? Buju did have a song where him say, it's not an easy road. Many see the glamour and the glitter, so them think a better rose. Me say, who feels it knows that part. Who feels it knows. To experience is to know. So a lot of these people where they're out in the affected areas. Yeah, while Prime Minister might go overseas and get those words of commendations and IDB and World Bank and all the various international corporations, yes, singing praise and commendations. The people who are in these areas, in these dire situations, might differ. You understand me, I say? So, but truth be told is that whole heap of people out there tell one bag of lies with you, man. Whole heap of people a man just turn on one platform and just say, Andrew wanna thief the all the money. Julia thief the money. Mr. Vaza thief the money. All them a thief and all those things. Like, no evidence, no proof, not even some information where can, determine the plausibility of such accusations or such claims. All heap of liars tell out there for true. A lot of lies, a lot of propaganda, a lot of disinformation. The lies are being deliberately told as well. And the lies, some people just can't do no better because them just create a niche where that niche audience, them just want to hear some lie and then just check in for hear the JLP get a proper beating, or them check in for hear the PNP get a proper beating, and that is it. Them not care if it's factual or not. But the Prime Minister, have a valid argument still when it comes on to people saying this and saying that. However, the internet always roughly said as here we go and still yo. Say as a government still, in this time and age where we're in the information age like that and it's social media dominated, it's important for him say what he must say still. Is either a truth him attack or a lie him tell yo. You get what me I say? So if it's the truth him attack or if it's a valid argument, then we can say it's a valid argument still. And if it not make no sense, you can punch some whole name argument, so to speak, and no say, Prime Minister, where I say, it's mind-boggling to me. Just like this 150 million where they want to give JPS, but we're gonna get into that further. Let us continue.
I don't have to say it about myself. The international officers who come here representing the international agencies, they go, and I don't ask them to, they go and say it publicly.
Yeah, but respectfully, Mr. Prime Minister, these people not experiencing that, them not have them house that blow off and them house blow down and leptospirosis and flood waters engulf the whole houses and last whole heap of loved ones, all kind of something, right? Marooned. These are not the people. These people saying these things, yes, it is based on their observation and their assessment. But the people when me really want to hear that from are the people that were in the West. Those are the people where me want to hear from. You understand what I say? Yeah, man. The real Kevin, the Lisa and a reasoning there. I might reason about that next time too. I don't want to condense too much things into this stream. You get me? Yeah, man. But let's continue there.
Direct contradiction of the nonsense that some people are saying. So I know that it hasn't done any damage at that level. Because they know, they see, they understand, they know the systems in place, and they know what would have happened in other countries.
All right. So you see, even this statement by the Prime Minister, it goes for the opposition MPs them to, yeah, man, because we see where opposition MPs, the mischief making. Yeah, man, we see where Mr. Vaza say, George Wright, come on there, take over the whole distribution of some goods and all them something, the care packages. Yeah, he said that in Parliament and was proven to be wrong. We see Ms. Zulika just come out and say some things, and it's more like it was not accurate in its utterances. We see whole heap of statements, that were just there to appeal to emotion and, rile up the people against the government and things like that. So this statement by the Prime Minister, in my view, it's not only geared towards like the general public out there, but you have politicians, opposition politicians, where they're not talking nothing factual, they're just mischief making. You understand me? I say? Yeah, and misinformation, them are even rile up them base and them something there. You get what I say? Yeah, GW876, as me I say, me want to hear from the people them on the ground and over the western part there. And them me want hear about at that poll there. And them more office. Well, 1 month in, yeah, I would love to hear them say, well, we spoke to the people in the western region. And the majority are saying, yes, they are very pleased with the response of the government and things like that. Those are the people me want to hear from. People affected. Yeah, man. You can't see a war zone go on. It's like over the Sudan region now. The world's worst humanitarian crisis, even though it's ignored a lot, and people might focus on war going about Gaza and things like that, right? Sudan has the world's worst humanitarian situation in Africa. We're talking about Sudan in Africa, right? 14 million people displaced, hundreds of thousands. Yeah, dirt and them, some the dead people. It's a serious thing going on. And you expect now somebody in Europe or America to say, well, the government is doing a good job over there, Yeah, man, we should commend the government of Sudan for doing a good job. They comfortably and I try to talk for the people who have got through it. So it's the same thing here. We want to hear from the people out of the western region there, who have been mostly affected. Would like to hear them say they are pleased with the government's response. You understand me? I say, yeah, I'm not talk about the general people like that still. These technocrats and things like that. No, them not really experience it like that still. You understand me? I say? So I really we could really want to kind of hear from still in a way. Because I think that's very important in my view. In my view, I think that's very important. You get what I say? No, man, here I go now. That sleep with door open. All right, what's this now? Andrew wants to for us know, say, he have to carry that go to the grave with him, because that was more of a hyperbolic statement. He might over exaggerate something. Yeah. Remember, but it's the same prime minister who would tell the people them say they have to go swallow bitter medicine, and it cost him that election. Remember when he replaced Bruce Golding, after West Kingston incursion, 2011, what? 2011, they're on about. Yeah, man, him go tell the people them say them have to go swallow bitter medicine, man, and cost them 2016 election. Let me see, 2016? No, what I'm talking about, 2016, 2012 election there and about, yeah, cost them that election. They won back 2016 still, and the rest is history. But yeah, I'm just saying, Andrew Wallace has come a far way still, and he has learned a lot. But we want to hear from the people who are mostly affected, not the technocrats, patting you on the back and things like that still. We want to hear from the people who are feeling it, because a lot of people out there don't have roofs over them head. A lot of people are saying they don't have tarpaulins and things like that to even cover them roof. They get what I say? Yeah, man. So at the end of the day, still, that is where it is at. All right. So as it relates to JPS, right? Yeah, I find this one very interesting. I soon drop the link, I soon drop the link, people. So those who want to check in can check in and share the perspective, right? Yeah, I soon drop the link. But this JPS scenario, it's a very interesting one, right? When you look at JPS from its inception, when JPS came into town, there were other competitors. Monopolies are never good for consumers. That's why even in America, even in America, the US government will sue companies who want to merge or who want to buy out who to prevent a monopoly, because their basis for the lawsuit is to say that, well, you are creating a monopoly. You understand what I say? Yeah. So even like Meta, even Meta and stuff like that, right? When TikTok was up for sale, when TikTok was actually up for sale, Meta was in the consideration too. And, the government was saying, well, here we now step away from this, Meta, because you control Facebook, you control Instagram, you control WhatsApp. You understand what I say? You control Threads. Well, Threads was like a offshoot of Twitter, but my point is, they were saying that, well, Meta, no, we know why you're near this TikTok deal here, Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We don't want you near this TikTok deal because we don't want a monopoly. So my point is, monopolies are never good for consumers. You know, the public. They are always the victims of monopolies, right? When JPS came on the scene, like 1923, there were other competitors around, you know. You have other companies who are run grids and stuff like that in other areas, right? So when JPS came on the scene, there was competition. During the 1960s, I think it was about 1960, 1966. Yes, the government, the JLP, made them a monopoly. So I'm saying JPS did start buy out other companies, you know, but the government made them, the JLP government made them a monopoly. And as I said before, monopolies are never good for taxpayers or the general public in anything at all. Because guess what? When you are a monopoly, it means that you set the prices, you dictate. You have a lot of leverage being a monopoly, and there's not no fair competition when you're a monopoly. You know, it's more like a dictatorship, so to speak. You look at cable and wireless, right? Let me see. No, before they were cable and wireless, it was the Jamaica Telephone Company. Jamaica Telephone Company, and that was owned by the government, you know. You understand me? I say, yeah, it was a nationalized thing, and then now, it started to privatize and then something like that. And then it left from there to what? Cable and wireless, and from cable and wireless to Lime or whatever. Right? But my point is this: when it was Jamaica Telephone Company, yeah, they were a monopoly. Them have all landlines and stuff like that. Pager and all them something there. At the Jamaica Telephone Company that deal with it, or cable and wireless, right? When Digicel came on the market, it's a whole new ball game because there was competition. So here we go now. Consumers can pick and choose, because everyone is trying to give you the best price or the lowest price because there was competition. And then we might have a Claro stepping at the space, and Claro, they plan to take over, because the man where they own Claro, he was in the rich. And Claro was big in South and Central America and even parts of the Caribbean. Digicel knew they couldn't compete with Claro. You know what Digicel did? Digicel went ahead and them signed a peace treaty with them and Claro. That's what they did. Sign a peace treaty with them and Claro to say, okay, I'm going to pull out, because Digicel went into, Claro's market share in parts of the Caribbean as well. And Claro said, okay, I'm coming into Jamaica, so I'm going to apply for my license. They got a license, and Claro was giving very competitive rates and prices and things like that. You understand what I say? So you had cable and wireless, or Lime, you had Digicel, you had Claro. I think you'd have a couple other, phone companies where I try a thing. But my point is, there was not no one monopoly again, like cable and wireless. There was Digicel and there was Claro. Digicel and Claro, them signed them peace treaty and them pull out from each other's regions, and that was that. But my point is, whenever you have competition, whenever there is more than one, entity, in the case of, say, whether utilities, it's always beneficial for the consumers. Always beneficial for the consumers. Now, when you look at JPS, right? JPS became a monopoly. JPS became a monopoly in the 1960s. Let's say about 66, right? So my point is now, with JPS being a monopoly, even the OUR, you have the OUR, Office of Utilities Regulations, and they are the ones who are supposed to regulate all the various utility companies, right? But at the same time, we see JPS get away with a lot of things more time still. That's the truth of the matter. JPS get away with a whole heap of things, because majority of the people can tell us, say, JPS never read them meter, and where JPS do, just send them some estimate meter in terms of readings and things like that. Me see Asafa Powell. Asafa Powell. Big up to Asafa. Yeah, we see her put in some work as well to, you know, all distribute all houses and things like that. So that's good. Asafa, if you step out and say, boy, JPS, yeah, my wife is pregnant, you know. Please, me, I beg you, look at this thing here because this can't right. I think it was almost $500,000 is utility bill. And we see many people complaining about their utility bills, you know, being extremely high. Because guess what? We don't have no competition. You just don't. So whenever, you know, companies have a monopoly, yeah, it is always a problem for the consumers because they are the ones that feels the brunt of it. But this particular argument is very interesting because one, the government plans to lend JPS 150 million US dollars, $24 billion. Let's say the money that they got from the cat band, that is what they plan to lend JPS. In other words, the money we then get from the cat band, they're taking that money and they're lending it to JPS. Now, some valid questions are being asked. JPS is saying it's 350 million they need for a full recovery in a expedited manner, so to speak, right? And when we talk about expedited, we talk about January and February. We never talk about December, you know, people. Just imagine, you know, people going without power until February, you know. In a little Jamaica, you know. Little Jamaica. JPS in 2025 is not that effective to restore power in our just western parishes. We're not talking about the whole of Jamaica, like say boy, you know, Melissa blow down the whole of Jamaica. We are talking about the western part. Yeah, them have issues, we say, away until January, February. But in those type of jobs, right, it's all about manpower and resources. That's the key thing. Manpower and resources. If you have the resources, it will enable you to have the manpower, right? So here we go now. Something that will take a month, say it might take 20 persons to do it in a month, right? If you have, say, 80 people, you can easily do it in a week. You understand me? I say? Yeah, so it's just that it's all about having the resources to get the manpower to get things done and get the materials as well. But JPS say, well, 350 million, the government is lending them 150. The question is, where the next 200 million coming from? The government cannot tell the opposition. The government cannot tell the taxpayers where the next 250 million is coming from. You get, and it's an unsecured loan. You get what I say? Now, it begs the question from my end. When you look at JPS, right? The government did actually nationalize JPS in the 1970. Shearer did that in 1970, nationalize JPS. PJ Patterson in 2001, he was the one that privatized again. Long story short, fast forward to 2025, the government has like 20%, let's say 19.9%, right? And guess what going on now? One Japanese company, when named Marubeni, them own 40%, and one Korean company own the next 40%. Let me repeat that again, you know. A Japanese company, when named Marubeni, them own 40%. A Korean company own 40%. A Japanese and a Korean. The reason why I'm reinforcing it is that one, Japan is one of the richest countries in the world. Korea is one of the richest countries in the world too. Highly developed. Korea already tech. That's why them say right now Samsung is selling more than Apple right now. Samsung. Yeah. Samsung globally is selling more than Apple. I remember say Samsung is Korean. When you talk about the whole tech, yeah man, Korea. I went about South Korea because for those who know the history about the whole Korean peninsula, 1950 was a Korean war. You have North Korea, we say here, Russia and communism we are dealing with. You have South Korea as a year ago, and a democracy we and the Western approach we are dealing with. So there was that war in 1950. One bag of country, the UN, America, all Haile Selassie sent some man from Ethiopia go fight Korea war. Before I don't know, but my point is, Korea has become one of the most industrialized nations. So when it comes to Japan and Korea, rich countries them there. So one company where have 40% is a Japanese one. You have one, it's a Korean one. And you are telling me, say, 200 million, them can't get that from them Japanese lenders or government, or Korean lenders or government, which means the Korean company, huge company, they actually, listen to me, the Korean company, they supply Korea with like about 90% of power. We are talking about Korea. So it's not no fly-by-night company. And it's 100 million. And you have the Japanese company again, which is a huge company worth billions of dollars. And then can sue us 100 million. So, all right, cool, here go on now. Marubeni going to put 100. The Korean company going to put the next 100. And the government going to lend with 150. As a matter of fact, I don't think the government need to take the cat band money and lend JPS because, but again, the problem is conflict of interest. The government has a, let's say, 19.9% stake. So therefore, them, they are somewhat compromised because they have to ensure that them play a role in terms of, say, people forget back power. The problem is, if the government give JPS the 150, 200 million is still outstanding. And these companies could not present to the government and say, we have secured 100 million from the South Korean lender or government or whatever. God, these are companies too big to fail. These companies are too big to fail. In 2008, when it was the financial crash, right, and the whole real estate thing with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and the whole bubble burst, right? Because banks did not just give people or approve them. You get what I'm saying? People start to just say, all right, yeah, man, approve of your house, man. You're good, man. So the whole mortgage industry, the bubble burst. And guess what? 800 billion was what the federal government injected into these institutions because they say they are too big to fail. You have institutions that are too big to fail. They are considered by governments to be too big to fail because they would have serious repercussions as it relates to the whole economy and things like that. So 2008, when you had that crash in the US, the federal government intervened and bailed them out to the tunes, I think over 800 billion use and bail them out and things like that. Because those banks were too big to fail, even though agreed them greedy and dig themselves in a hole and the bubble burst on them. But my point is, JPS through the Japanese company, which is too big to fail, and the Korean company, which is too big to fail, they have failed to say, well, we have 200 million and we're borrowing 150 million. So what's this now? I am building a house, and I go to the bank and say, well, sir, it's 3 million or 3.5 million to build the house, right? I will, the bank say, okay, I will provide you with 1.5 million, and you have to come up with the rest. And me just go to the bank and say, well, sir, me not get the rest yet. I'm not sure where the rest I come from, but just give me that 1.5 million there, and we just do what we can do. So if that 1.5 million can deal with the foundation and get steel and sand and block, yeah, man, we can get that and just dig out and start that, and then we can figure out the rest. This is where we're at right now. With the 150 million, what is being said here is that spend the 150 and then we'll figure out the rest. You understand what I say? All right, Michael Brown, I was stationed at the DMZ. Okay, wow. I didn't know that. You get what I say? Yeah. Alex Smith, just follow the reasoning of me, General. Just listen to what me I say. Don't listen to respond. When me I said that 150 million US dollar is equivalent to the cat band that they got. So in essence, one can argue that the cat ban money is what is being given to JPS because they got 150 for the cat ban, right? And they might loan JPS 150. So just understand and follow the reasoning, man. Don't just listen to respond. Yeah, man, but you know what? So the DMZ Michael Brown between North and South Korea because guess what? They never defeat the North at all. You know, China and Russia was supporting you know, King Jong Il or whatever. And in Pitney I run it now. And you know it goes to. But my point is that you know, South Korea is one of the most prosperous countries even in Asia. In Asia right now you have, let me see, you will have Japan, China, South Korea, Taiwan, right? Those countries would be considered some of the richest countries in Asia. And South Korea, trust me, South Korea thing not normal. What I say is that this company that owns 40%, 1 second of JViews, we soon get the mic. And people remember to leave a like, right? Please and thank you. Just leave a like. You get what I say? GW876, you know, say, here we go and still, you know. You know, say that's who catch the reason, let's catch the reason in general, because the message is not for everyone either. Yeah, as Jill Scott Aaron did say, the revolution will not be televised. So the message is not for everybody because you know everybody care about the message either. I'm under so one who say who him up on the internet and him say JLP saying let's go beat PNP, and a man saying up on the internet and him say PNP and let's go beat bro God. Man don't care about the facts or the substance. That's how the space is. But the people who can appreciate these type of conversations, that's fine as well. We appreciate that. My point here is that one, the Korean company is too big to fail. The Japanese company is too big to fail. When the Korean company bought 40% in 2007, they spent $285 million and buy 40%. I remember some Mirant, yo, hey, me I tell you, say that's that JPS thing, you know. Remember a Mirant, you know, Mirant under the PNP, Mirant came. They saw, they conquered, they smiled all the way to the bank, and then they left. You understand me? I say, Mirant did that. Make a bag of money off of the consumers, them. Pay off them debts. When Mirant bought JPS, they were in debt. And at JPS, little Jamaica, pay off them debt and give them much profit and then just cut and sell it to Marubeni, Japanese firm. Rich Japanese company. And you tell me, say, these Japanese and South Korean companies cannot find the money. $350 million US dollars we're talking about. Huge. The population of Japan is about, let's say about 90 million. Japan is about 80, 90 million people. Even though they say population is declining because, you know, like the reproduction. Same thing like Jamaica. But my point is, Japan is a huge population. South Korea, we are looking about probably 50, 60 million people as well. South Korea, right? So these companies are huge in South Korea and Japan. Billion-dollar companies. And you tell me, say, 350 million is a problem for them. So where they can come to the government and say, 150 million, and therefore, we soon tell them where we get next 200 from. And then now people are going to ask, where and where it are going to spend? Because if they're going to spend 150 million, it means everywhere are going to get fixed. So who are going to determine which areas get fixed and what schedule and things like that? With the 150 million there, that not look good for them big companies here. Fortune 500 companies and them sitting there, right? If you tell the government, say, them can't find 200 million to borrow from nobody, or even them the state of Korea and the state of Japan. It don't make no sense. You understand me? I say, big up yourself and Cavell Van. You know what the thing go. Delroy Stewart, manners and respect me, general. Be I strong. Big up, you know. Original youth, you know what the thing go. All right, so let me just play Mr. Vaza say, and then me give the mic the J views.
And that's a question that relates to the JPS negotiation. And he asked me whether I'm confident that the 150 can do what it is said to do in the 2 months. And the answer is yes. Secondly, asked about whether or not I'm confident of the additional money. And I will make a statement here to say we will work with JPS in whichever way, shape, or form that is required. If it means
problem statement that we will work with JPS in whatever way, shape, or form. The same JPS that the government said we're not renewing your license, we are not renewing your license in 2027 in its current form because we have no confidence in you, JPS. That is what the government has said to Mr. Vaz, right? Because appear 10-year license. JPS got a 10-year license in 2016. Every 10 years, they renew the license. So 2027 is when the license is up for renewal. So when Mr. Vaz has to notify them in 2025, and that's the reason why this year, you hear the argument, they say, well, here go on, we're not renewing the license in its current form, right? So my point is this now. Working with JPS in whatever way, shape, or form, that's a very vague statement because at the end of the day, people want to know where the next 200 million is coming from. That your response should be in that order to tell us where the other 200 million is coming from. Let me just finish play the rest and get J views the mic there.
Means that we are to benefit the people of Jamaica in the shortest possible time.
All right. So here we go now. Who will determine who the people of Jamaica are that's going to benefit from the 150 million? Because remember, the 150 million cannot even do half of the job based on the estimates by JPS. So who are going to determine who is beneficial of the 150? So is a valid question being asked. What the next 200 million? And I think what Mr. Vaz resorted to was really gaslighting as well too, in my view. These are nice. Big up yourself in it. Anyway, Tingo.
All options are open for discussion. All options. But we are not going to wait to get a fulsome, complete in a time of crisis. 150 is what we.
But wait there. So Melissa was October 28. We are now in November 26. So let's say 1 month. So 1 month and JPS can give us a fulsome estimate and whatever. For Mr. Vaz say him now go wait for 1 month in. No, that's not justification. People really want to know where the other 200 million coming from, and it's an unsecured loan where uno give JPS, so uno they have no confidence in them. So how uno have no confidence in JPS? How uno willing to take taxpayers' money, which is a risky move? And guess what go on now? Once uno give JPS the 150 million, let me show you. Dave, you just bear me, General. 1 second. Only there with there long. So yeah, just bear me for a second. This is where this is a problematic thing, people. And let me show you why. When the government lend JPS 24 billion Jamaican dollars, me like when I'm quoting a Jamaican dollars because a Jamaica there, right? Yeah, them love quoting the US dollar because the dollar is king. Me get that. 24 billion Jamaican dollars will be loaned to JPS. So 2027 now, when a negotiations time, who have Mr. Vaz and Andrew Owners by the balls? Someone in the chat, please tell me, 2027, when the negotiating and the government is in the red of 24 billion to JPS, who are all Mr. Vaz and Andrew Owners by the balls at the negotiating table? I want to see someone type that in the chat still. You get what I say? Yeah, man. Who are going to hold the government hostage at the negotiating table with 24 billion in loan? So the government can't even afford for JPS to fail. Yes, because them are going to put themselves in a position now where JPS owe them $24 billion. When them don't tell the people them say them no really renew the license in its current form. So taxpayers, the Jamaican people, will be held hostage at the negotiation table.
We need for 2 months to get January morning, February morning, restoration as against May, June. If anybody can question that in Jamaica today with what we are going through, then they are wicked people.
All right there, gaslighting Mr. Vaz, respectfully. Appealing to emotions, respectfully. Don't do that in a parliament, man. You know why? It's a valid question being asked, and you did not answer the question. You resorted to attacking them with ad hominems, gaslighting wicked people for asking valid questions. A Japanese company and a South Korean company can't find no money, and of them own 40% stake. Me understand. All right, the government which owns 20%, let's say, they are coming up with, let's say, 1.5 mil out of 3.5. That would be say like maybe 45% or over 40%. The government who owns 20% is coming up with over 40%. And the people who own 40 are coming to the table with nothing at all. And Mr. Vaz really are going to approach it that way, where him are going to gaslight it and try to do what? Appeal to emotions. That not really make no sense in my view still. J Views, big up yourself, my general. You can go through and let me hear your perspective and things, yes, sir. J Views there.
Yeah, man, me there. You know, there, I don't know. Let's up, Good night, everybody. Everybody in the chat. And thing, no, man, we just touch off a road, and what the fuck that follow up on the way, but I don't know. We just say, we just go and jump on still. So we're there still, I go and try and find a way around and stuff like that. Yeah, man. That JPS thing, yeah, seems like you come out, you have a whole heap of info on it still. We don't really hear much. Hear a small snippet of the news pertaining to this. The only thing we can add to it, because you seem like you have a lot of layers of the information we're not privy to. But the only thing we can say is that, in my hindsight, they say 2020 vision. But in my hindsight, I'm looking that in terms of the recovery, because Beryl would let us see Hurricane Beryl last year would highlight the inefficiency of JPS. Remember, Beryl never make a landfall in Jamaica. Beryl just brushed the south coast last year, and up to 30-40 days, people in St. Elizabeth, other parts without light, and all of that. So I guess that the government really realized where it looked like St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, and probably going to be out of light for maybe extended period. And it able to can kickstart the economy, because no matter what you want slice and dice it, the electricity is a very, very important aspect of, to kickstart any economy, light and water. And that to get businesses and everybody back on track. So I guess that with JPS, because JPS would have decided that they're gonna, try to push resources, but I kind of really see where them I said them really have the resources and stuff like that. So I look upon it and say that the government are trying their very best to kickstart the economy as much as them can, as far as to get back people light and all of that door. So I guess the reason of lending the money to JPS. In terms of the negotiation, because they would have stated that them not the word. Them not
renegotiate, right?
Yeah, renegotiate, yeah. Because to be honest, me always say under Philip Palwell, he signed a deal in the dark. No doubt about it. And it has been an albatross around Jamaica neck with this bad deal. You understand? High electricity, renewables. We can't have no good renewables in Jamaica. Electricity so high. And yeah, it affect the cost of business and everything. So me they happy when the government say, oh, them now renegotiate a deal with JPS. So I don't know now, since that they're going to lend them the money to kickstart the economy, what it is going to do. But you make a good point where that they basically going to be the one calling the shots, because since they're going to owe the government to have money for the government, so more likely now the government probably, as I say, they will squeeze the balls like of my uncle
No, yeah,
situation like that
JPS as a
though.
whole, Andrew wanted some Mr. Vaz by the balls, so 24 billion, 12 billion in each hand. So here we go now. The government will not have that leverage at the negotiation table. You understand what I say? Because here we go now, J-Views. Just imagine, brother, a man will owe you $24 billion. You feel like say you can go bad him up in the negotiations, bro? Listen to me. Let me tell you something. You see rich people, J-Views, when them owe the bank 10, 50, $100 million, you know what the bank do? Take them out for dinner. Take them golfing. It's like a relationship them build with them. You know the reason why? The bank realize what? They become an asset. Where here we go now. They have a lot of leverage. So my point is here, so when we lend JPS 24 billion, a company that we have no confidence in, to renew a contract in its current form, we don't have the confidence in that JPS. We will see the whole the whole controversy about people meet and some numbers I read some people where it not make no sense. Right? The OUR not have no use, and that's the government body that regulates JPS. And them not really have no use. They are ineffective as it relates to regulating JPS and no say, yo, we see a surface of 500,000 or whatever, almost 500,000 light bill, How that goes so? Make we see we go and investigate that. Irregularities are going on, we find Right? So my point here is this now. With JPS getting 24 billion from us, yeah, we don't really have much leverage at the negotiating table. And the thing is as well, I can understand that the government have 20%. Let's just say that for argument's sake, right? All right, cool. Government come up with 20%. The Japanese and the Korean come up with next 40-40. God, these are rich. Marubenese are a wealthy company in Japan. And Techco or whatever the next one name in Korea. That, as I said, they are huge in Korea, multi-billion-dollar companies. So all them can't find, listen me, not even 100 million both of them come up with, brother. We are talking about private companies who own JPS, bro. Majority shareholders, companies we are talking about. We own JPS. And them they even come with 100 million to the table. Well, at least Mr. Vaz can say, well, they have 100 million at the table, right? And they're trying to source the other 100 million. At least that would have make sense to the people. But when you're going to tell me, say that the 150 million is going to do what it can do, who determines where it is done? That's the problem. When all Jamaicans should be saying, well, it is our right as customers to get back the power. It's not for anyone to determine that who get and who not get yet and them something until they find the next 200 million. So JPS right now, with these billion-dollar companies where own JPS, cannot come up with 200 million. Can't come up with that. That not look good, Jay. You get what I say? But remember, as I say, we were the one in the name. Which one was it? Was it Mirant? Right?
Yeah, Mirant, yeah.
It was Mirant and a PNP. Boy, them they eat a good food and them cut. But let me just play with Mark Golden. All right, Jay, just say what I say and then I play with Mark Golden. I say.
No man, you have some good points you raise, man. You raise some good points. As me say, the hindsight and looking on things. You don't when I really to look so further down the road still, but me know so your reason in depth and you probably see certain things where, as I say, some things some man not gonna understand. But I saw the reason got still man, real met still man. But yeah man, put so what I say still let me go on. Cool. Yeah, man. Imo, go on, man. Me listen.
Yeah, J Views. Yeah, J Views. Sorry about that. I was on a call, so you know how that goes. Sorry about that, my general.
Yeah, no, man. Yeah, man. Go on, man. Me listen to you. Go on,
Yeah,
man.
man. All right, so I'm going to play where Mark goal and I say, right? But at the end of the day, as me say, right? JPS is owned by huge companies, right? Monopolies is the enemy of the people. Governments should never allow monopolies where it's possible. In our utility sector, monopoly should not be there. Telecommunications, monopoly should not be there. That's why even with the transportation system, you have the private people them. You have the taxi them, you have the juta them, you have this man there where Mr. Millwood. Remember Mr. Millwood did a run off one whole conglomerate where he have a portion of the route and them sitting there. So my point is, even in transportation, it was not monopolized by the government like that. Because it's not good for the consumers. So let's not forget that the JPS, the JLP, made the JPS a monopoly in the 1960s, 66. And then now they actually nationalized in 1970. And for 20, let's say 1970 for 30 years, JPS was nationalized until it was privatized under the PNP in 2001. So you see, nationalizing JLP while they were a monopoly as well, you're not going to bring in a competition. And you're under the government, brother. The government, nationalized JPS, right? While they became a monopoly. The government not interested in bringing nobody else. So even when the PNP actually privatized it back in 2001, we need a competition there, brother. Because JPS get there with the people, JPS deal with the people, rugged, bro. Me can't tell that for a fact. In a Jamaica, right? If you ask the people, do you have confidence in JPS? I dare them to do a poll like that. Me sure say over 90% are going to say no. Because JPS rob them according to what them are going to say. Them are going to say JPS a thief because some bill where them get and the inconsistencies and them something there. It does not normal, brother. I ain't no joking that. So I'm just saying that, we must not have no monopoly, right? And two, government giving a company $24 billion where them not really have no confidence and faith in either. And this same company, the majority shareholders, which are other companies in Korea and Japan, can't find $200 million. Can't find $100 million to come to the table and tell Mr. Vaz. They make Mr. Vaz a cuss and a gaslight. No. Maroon Benny and Techco or whatever the one name down at Korea, they should $200 million US. Them value more than that, way more than that in Korea and Japan. And even the government in Korea and Japan, they can actually ask because they are too big to fail. So more often know where for them money there. And Mr. Vaz, I gotta say, 150 million, which is not 50% of the repair costs. So who are going to determine which areas get fixed with a 150 there? That's a part of the problem too. And as me say, JPS in 2027 should not be holding us by the balls with a 24 billion they hovering over our head, because we'll be going to the negotiating table as a subject and not as the master.
The context of your presentation in relation to the JPS situation is that the license expires, I think it's July 2027. Notice has been given, triggering the consequences of license termination. Jamaica has roughly 20% of the equity in JPS. the funding gap based on the recently done work to do the restoration of the grid, including substations, transmission, posts, etc., distribution lines, is around 350 million US. So our 20%, if you're looking at it as a shareholder, our 20% would be 70 million. But we are actually taking the risk of lending an unsecured loan to JPS of 150 million, which is twice the proportion of the equity that we hold in the business. So unsecured, if you don't have any collateral to seize, you're relying on a mechanism to get it back, which I'm going to speak to in a second. So my question to you is, first of all...
All right, let me pause this for a second. Alex Smith, remember that the government still own 19.9%, right, of JPS, while the next 1% is owned by, private shareholders, so to speak. I mean, this 0.1. You understand what I said? Yeah, because it's 19.9. The 19.9, yeah, the next 1%. Let's just say the next 0.1%, so to speak, right? But remember, when countries take loan from the IMF, and that's how neoliberalism works, and that's why the IMF and the IDB and the World Bank, they were the ones who carried out the neoliberalism agenda in terms of, okay, countries are poor for whatever reasons, and they have to get loans from the IMF, the IDB, the World Bank. Okay, we give you the loan, case in point, the IMF, on the condition that a lot of structural adjustments are done and austerity measures are done as well. So in the case of JPS as well, they had to privatize it to a certain degree, sell the shares, right? Cut public sector workers, cut this, cut that. That is how it works when you take IMF loans and things like that. That's why, the IMF always try to, get countries to borrow their money, because they dictate the structural adjustment policies and the austerity policies and things like that. But what Mark Golden is saying here is that the 150 million, right? The 150 million, all right, we're gonna give them the loan, which is way more than what we, and that's a valid argument, Our stake in a JPS, is not valued at 150 million. So why would we even, all right, you see the government did say, we're going to lend JPS what our stake is, the equivalent, at least that could be sold, as if JPS failed to pay, it could be sold as bad debt and whatever. That is the government collateral, right? Their equity. So then we lend them their equity, so that them can either, if JPS is delinquent, them can sell that to a debt collector and blah blah blah. Can then go quote whatever. A Japanese and Korean company there, multi-billion-dollar companies, right? Yeah, the government should not be able. Listen to me, let me show you how JPS wicked. JPS wicked bad. Because after the devastation in Jamaica, that has been estimated at, they say, over 1.34 trillion Jamaican dollars. The people them are suffer, the government in a problem. Right now, them are tell you say that there will be a recession. No doubt about it. There's gonna be a recession. That them are say, right? Based on the whole rebuilding process, the cost of damage and things like that. And you are telling me, say, in this time, a Korean and Japanese company, the biggest in Japan, well, it's a conglomerate to do that kind of things, but it's a huge company in Japan. The one in Korea, I think them control 90% of their grid. You understand what I say? 90% of their grid, they actually control. So it's a huge company that can easily fork up that thing there. 350 million, especially knowing the circumstances. That's just the truth of the matter. You understand what I say? So at the end of the day, still, it just don't look good. Big up yourself in a George Smith. You get what I say? Big up yourself, Lady Janice. It don't look good for no say here go on now. In a time like this, right? In a time like this, these companies can't even say, all right, let us put on our moral compass, our lenses, and let us utilize our humanitarian side, our philanthropic side, and yeah, man, make we get the 250 million loan, because the company is valued more than that. The 40% that Korean bought was for $285 million. The Korean 40% in 2007 was valued at $285 million in 2007, which is what? Let's say what? Well, what should we say? Let's say 18 years ago, right? 18 years ago, if you want to put it away there. 18 years ago, the 40% stake where the Koreans then buy in night was at 285 million. You can't tell me say that not double the value of JPS, right? So yeah, you tell me say you can't tell me say that you can't secure some loan with that collateral there. That not make no sense. And then now the government must go take taxpayers' money. The same money when they get from the cat ban. Yes, I'm gonna say it that way there, because 150 million US them want to lend. Well, them are lend JPS to fix some areas, and JPS them give them the assurance. Say yes, we have the rest of money, and everywhere will be fixed. How can you be giving somebody a loan without even an assurance? No assurance here at all from JPS to say that we have the next 200, we have proof of funds, and therefore, yeah, man, everything will be done. We just need the 150 to go up on the 200 and everything good. Nothing like that. And we're taking 150 million of taxpayers' money, 24 billion Jamaican, and give to them with no assurance as to when them are source the next 200 mil. And when, right now, we lend them the money, and we're not sure when every Jamaican, we talk about the legal one, them where I pay them bill and them something there, right? We're not sure when. We have not been given a definitive timeline as to when every Jamaican will get power or when it will be restored. We give them 150 million, 24 billion, and we don't have a clue as to when it will be restored fully.
The other 200 million, which is currently not funded, but which is necessary to achieve the timelines that you have indicated for restoration. What is the assurance that that 200 million will be raised on a timely basis so as to enable the necessary expenditures to be made by JPS to hit the targets, which are presumably fairly aggressive targets, given the extent of the damage to the grid and so on?
All right, so 1 second there, here, J-Views. People, remember to leave a like, respect to the people. Just drop a like. You get me? I said the likes do help. The likes them look maga, but just leave a like, all right? Now, what is baffling to me here is this. 350 million is needed to restore power to everyone on the grid. JPS, these private companies have not presented no source of funds to say, yeah, man, we have 200 million there, so we need to borrow 300, our next 150 to make it 350, and we're good to go, right? Our government is taking taxpayers' money, not for them money, Let's be clear. These are public servants who even the people and pay, right? Taxpayers' money. So they are taking taxpayers' money to give to JPS, and JPS has come to the table with nothing at all. Empty-handed. Multi-billion-dollar corporations in Japan and South Korea coming to the table empty-handed. Mr. Vaza come to Parliament empty-handed too, because we're talking about taxpayers' money. Take taxpayers' money out of it. No money not in a Parliament like that. We say JPS have 100 million or 200 million or even 150. Not at all. So a government go take taxpayers' money, loan it to JPS, unsecured. Yes, it's unsecured because right now the country need every dollar. It really does. That 24 billion that could have even offset the economy to a certain degree to prevent a recession and them something. I'm not joking. $24 billion can definitely make a big difference in preventing a recession in Jamaica. That's the truth of the matter. And that money is loaned to JPS, with JPS having no guarantees to the people that everyone will receive power by X and Y time. JPS can't tell with nothing definitive there and then. Mr. Vaz can't tell nobody nothing there and then definitively. But at the same time, 24 billion of taxpayers' money is going to be given to JPS, and it's not even half of what is required to do the job. The Duke Sparky Melody, big up yourself, you know. You get me? I say, what if JPS doesn't want to spend that money based on the, I don't know what the core is, right? But I mean, JPS has a responsibility to spend the money. They are a company that is legally have a legal obligation to provide utilities to the general public. And that's why them have insurance. Where is their insurance payout or something like that? Me hear say them I get 50 million US from some insurance payout or whatever. But I'm just saying, where is their insurance when them have with companies and things like that? Big Japanese and Korean companies, they should have 200 million, 250 million US. Yeah, JPS is valued more than that. So why them couldn't secure that loan using JPS as the collateral? That doesn't make no sense.
What level of confidence do you have that that 200 million will be raised by them? And what is the time frame that it has to be raised by for that target to be met? I'd like to know the time frame for that. Secondly,
and these are valid questions too. And guess what? Mr. Vaz never responded to these things, you know. Him say he will work with the JPS in whatever way, shape, or form. What does that mean? What does whatever way, shape, or form mean? All right, J-Views. What does whatever way, shape, or form mean from your perspective there? Because I think that's a gray area type of conversation.
Right, but I'm more likely to say, well, that's basically what I say, JPS, whatever means or ways them can put forward. So basically means that if they can't really raise the 200 million, any other else, you know, just to find means or ways to get a solve a situation, and stuff like that. Though I guess that's probably what I mean.
Right, but that type of argument as well. If I was a JPS CEO, if I was Maroon Benny CEO and the next CEO for Techco over Korea there, right? I would say, wow, I like this kind of talk, because if they are willing to do whatever it takes, then we just tell them we don't have any money and we cannot source any money. So the government will have to use taxpayers' money and fund everything, because Mr. Vaz said he will do whatever it takes in whatever way, shape, or form. Yeah, he must say he will do whatever it takes, you know. And as I said, right now, Jamaica don't have 20 billion for a loan out to nobody, brother. 24 billion for a loan out to who? When we need right now, I think even the IMF has said, boy, Jamaica might need a loan. So you know that Towncraft there.
Yeah, but you know, also you have to put in perspective, you know, that JPS also what I realize, you know, that not in a position for them to renegotiate the license with the government, you know, I would definitely put them behind the 8 ball, you know, because you can look on it, you know, as a test, you know, where listen me, if you realize, you know, there's a lot of fire being lit under JPS from last year, you know, where people have really come out and really see how bad the JPS deal is. All right, for example, IMO, you see the whole aspect of the renewable energy. You know, so JPS is the problem with the whole aspect of renewable. in terms of how you as an average person can get renewable and able to I think them have a thing in called power wheeling. So basically with you have your renewable and you able to sell back JPS what you generate, whether for solar or wind. And this is one of the problem, why you see why you don't see renewable taking off in Jamaica. It's because of JPS. Because it's basically mean that JPS is against these. Because may you know say the whole aspect. I look at it. How much years now you hear about LNG and natural gas? I was still not seeing any savings. So you bring a good point, but me also look at it and see, well, if JPS know them, JPS is in a what them call it is between a rock and a hard place right now, And JPS realize that this government is serious. And if they don't honor certain things, them JPS is seeing that the rug is pulling under them foot, little by little. Because it's not the days when, as I said, they would, automatically, the 10 years would automatically bam, and them contract would be renewed. So I understand the concern, but I think the shift is on JPS now for pull up them socks and come good.
All right. Well, what's going on now? Say J views, me not really have the confidence in you. So therefore, come 2027, we will not renegotiate our previous agreement, right? As it relates to your license reviews. Because certain things me not too like about you. I mean, I have the confidence in you like that. But here comes me giving you 150 million US dollar loan. Well, I know. When you yourself can't even find the 200 million remaining to assure the Jamaican people that everyone who has been affected, we are talking about the people that pay them bill, right? Power will be restored in a expedited manner. You understand what I say? JPS cannot tell the Jamaican people when that will be done, nor a definitive time frame. And we are going to give them 150 million loan when them can't even tell we when it are go finish, when the work are go finish. That is a problem because the government, all right, if them want loan them the 150, at least have a definitive time frame as to when everyone will get back power, and also sure say them have the source of funds with the next 200 million. Because if 2027, uno are going to negotiations and uno are tell them JPS right now nervous. JPS they even sure if uno are going to renew them license because uno are tell them say it will not be renewed in its current form. So therefore, JPS will be at a disadvantage by giving up the current farm. So even a group like that, a company like that, where you not have the confidence in it, you are giving them 150 million and you don't know when power will be restored to everyone affected. At that part there, we find to be problematic.
All right. So so I read from Observer, and they're stating that the negotiations still not finished because JPS have still finalized. Them and the Minister of Finance have to finalize whatever interest rate that they're going to pay. And I think I heard Va say this is still not fully negotiated. So I guess basically there's still maybe some things ironing out.
Yeah.
Well, let me say something, Imo. All right, so I heard it, and I overheard the conversation about the renegotiation of the license in its current form. Now, me get to understand, Imo, that there are some things that is on the current license, Imo, where there probably a bit of tweaking, or things can be done different in the whole aspect of the beneficial of the Jamaican populace, you understand, in terms of getting much reduced in terms of electricity. And also, we all know it, say some aspects of JPS grid is inefficient and old. You understand? So basically, you can't probably like try you run the whole grid as in the current farm and expect for thing be even inefficient and run good. And that though, so is it that JPS is not investing in a renew in a energy in terms of electrical grid, energy, renewables and all of that, So you have to understand, I think over the years, JPS would have probably become complacent, JPS there in Jamaica for how much years, brother, and JPS is complacent in so many ways our farm. So I guess probably renegotiating and looking on the lives of Imo and said, guess what? In the current state, no, it probably going to have to be different things for you to get a license in Jamaica. Not saying that they probably won't get a license, but the license as it is an albatross round the neck. And if it states it is, better we just say Jamaica not going to be the country as it is.
Well, what JPS is highlighting is the disadvantage of having a monopoly. You understand me? I say, yeah, it's just a case study as well and something we can learn from to say that monopolies they never benefit the consumers. The consumers, our taxpayers, are always the victims, or they're at the disadvantage of monopolies. So at the end of the day, still, I can understand where the current license as it is. Yeah, we're not renewing it because we need to negotiate some things. That's what the government is saying pretty much, right? It's a renegotiation of the license. But at the end of the day, when somebody have 24 billion for you at the table, yeah, you don't have that leverage like that because you have to also deal with them to protect your interest, which is your 24 billion. You have to make sure, say, well, this a company I can't go under and file for bankruptcy and whatever, because we would really like to recoup our money. So we have to be very tactical, we negotiate with them, and that's the truth as well. So as me are saying, the leverage, you are giving up your leverage right now after even telling the man them said us, to like the current deal, and we are going to negotiate in 2027. And you gave them 2 years notification because it's a 10-year renewal. So 2027 would have been the time for the 10-year renewal or the approval. All right, let me just play one more little thing and then maybe invest the mic there. SD, I'm gonna, say you're there as well. To big up Miss Jacobs, James Bond, here we go now. We're not gonna say people must stay in the dark, but 150 million can give everybody the light. That's the problem we have right now in this case. And the people should not be a wonder who are gonna get light and who not get no light. And if a PNP place and a JLP place, everybody start play politics because you know how the space stay. Man, I'm gonna say, yo, a PNP over here saying, and only over JLP area get light and them something there. At least the people them right now should have the confidence, say everybody will get back light. Right now, the people them don't know. So it's contingent on who remains in the dark and who get light. That's a part of the problem. Nobody knows who it will be.
Would we be disbursing our 150 before that 200 million is in place? Are we going to take the risk of lending that money to JPS, funded out of the consolidated fund you've said? I was going to ask you how it's going to be funded. That's roughly the same amount as the cat bond drawdown, we're told. This 150, which Jamaica has been seeing as being critical to the housing, shelter, the school fixing up, the health centers and hospitals, etc. JPS is now going to get the benefit of that money. I want to know whether we're going to take that risk and disburse those funds to JPS until the damage fund is fully funded. As it stands now, all you've told us is you've left it up to them and they're to come back to you. That, I think, is a risk we're not prepared to take as a country. I want to know which GOJ entity is going to carry the loan. So is it DBJ? Which entity is going to be the lender of record?
Right. These are valid questions being asked, and Mr. Vaz, as a matter of fact, Mr. Vaz should not be even the one across the PNP. I call them evil people and something there. Where was the Minister of Finance, Ms. Favour Williams, to address that part there? And I don't think probably, I don't know, I think Mr. Vaz more times still, Mr. Vaz have a lot of power in the JLP and it's evident. But these type of questions being asked, right? Where is the Minister of Finance to address these things? 1 second, J views, because me have to make investor a quick thing. I'm there wait a long time, you see it. You can unmute your mic and go ahead, invest. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, loud and clear.
Yeah, man. Best of everybody. Respect here. Respect for the check-in as usual on Imhotep.
You know, bless up,
Big up
invest.
Jeffy. Big up everybody. Yeah, I watched the video. The video playing Imhotep earlier. And I'm going to respond on two fronts. To me personally, I don't understand why Darrell Vaz responded with such austerity. I think he had the opportunity to delineate clearly, or even if he cannot answer it right now, say further information will be presented to the public. Further information will be presented. Because here's the thing, which I think Imhotep said something just now. These are important questions that was put to Mr. Vaz, For such a large sum of money, there should be proper documentation that if you're going to allocate that amount of money, it is something where you just arbitrarily just do. No. So I did not like that response from Mr. Vaz Surreal.
Right,
Right?
because you're going to
And
invest.
honestly,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Imhotep. And honestly, I understand the gravity of the matter. Okay? Yes, in a situation like this, sometimes unorthodox method have to be used in an unprecedented situation. I totally get it, right? Mr. The opposition leader is more of a analytical person, right? That's him. Okay? And that's why when you listen to him speak, when you listen to the question, based off his analytical mind, it's going to be the numbers, the fine details. That's Mr. Margolin. That's him, right? But separate apart from him personally, the question that he's posing are very, very important questions. Very important. Running the government is not party shop something, where you just arbitrarily do things, No. That's why sometimes when things happen, the accountability, it is being questioned. Why? Because proper channel, proper documentation, it wasn't put in place. This right here, it showed a weakness even in a Darrell Vaz. I know it my power in the JLP, but power is not where you respond to everything. You have to also delineate, you have to also give the proper, for example, the Minister of Finance supposed to answer something of this gravity,
Yes, the
It's
DBD,
supposed to.
watch this now. Invest. Sorry for cutting wisdom. When Mark Gordon is asking, we need to know which institutions is funding this, whether the the Development Bank of Jamaica or
Correct.
whatever entity. We need to know, are the finance minister supposed to attack? Because remember, Mr. Vaz said he met with the finance ministry and secretary and whatever, but here go on now. These questions were Mark Golding asked. Favour Williams, the finance minister, should be the one addressing this, but here go on now. Mr. Vaz no say he can't answer the question then. So he does resort to what? lack of decorum, no emotional intelligence, just start gaslight and deflect. Because in the answer Mark Golding statements them, all right, you see Mr. Vaz deal with Buju Banton and present the proof and them something there and sources. Yeah, he never come Mark Golding with the sources there, so.
But even if him not have the information at hand right now, even if him not have it, him say meet with the finance minister and the secretary. Okay? He meet with them. What was something concrete based off what was discussed? What was something that you can share? You can't just say a meet and that's it, you know. What was discussed where you can share in a parliament?
But anyways, 1 second there. And then I'm gonna make SD say I think we can there wait. Anyway, I go circulate it. But 1 second,
Yeah.
and thank you. Big up to the Free Think Cafe, the super chatting, and the G said the people of the country that suffering needs that money, and the country need to use that money to help build back the country. That money should not be used to bail out JPS, because remember, it's a bailout. That's what's going on right now, you know. But the problem is, you know, the big issue is half of the people affected right now have no clue, no idea when power will be restored to them. And we are talking about legal people who have paid them utility bill and them something. They have no clue, no idea when power will be restored to them.
The
So
nebulous nature of that thing, it's sickening, Imhotep. If
right,
you
so
have to give people information, clarity. Even if you don't have a deadline, a deadline. But you can't estimate something, you know. Based off our estimates, this. But you can't just have it nebulous in the sky. Okay, people just hope and pray.
yeah, but the thing is, you know, invest. Watch this now, you know. As Mr. again at JPS, you know, right? With Mr. Vaz, Mark Gordon asked some very pertinent questions,
Correct.
and he was unable to tell Mark Golding which entities, right, will be funding the $24 billion. You understand what I say? Because remember, you know, based on the budget and all this and all that, you know, remember, say this is a place I get that amount and whatever. So, of course, we need to know if, guess what now? We need to know if from the Ministry of Education or them gone the housing trust surplus like what them do before and touch that and tamper with it and them something there. With the people need to know exactly where the source of funds is coming from. That's a fair question, right? And as me say, Mr. Vaz could not respond to that, saying this after us know say my gaslight and them something there. SD, yeah, you can unmute your mic and let me hear what you said.
Yeah, man, bless up to the man them.
Yeah,
So
that's what.
the whole thing of working at JPS, the one of them were on JPS right now, favor. So them have to go renew back them contract, right? In order for them to get back their money, right? Because JPS has said basically they don't have the money. If you can lend me the money, right? We'll pay them back by a certain time, right? So it obvious to this the whole thing with the whole contract thing and that out of the because the contract have to go renew. You see me? It have to GPS over the years, Virgin, and you know have to do with no party or nothing. Whosoever them give them people the power for coming out in Jamaica, come run them poor company, Virgin is just a cash cow for them. Make some money and them gone. You see me? It's like they now put back nothing in the facility, right? For run the place. Take out the money and just gone. Jamaica appear light bill higher than people who live in the States, Virgin. Some light bill mere people are paid. It not normal. Me have one. By the way, where Jamaica buy them oil from? Any man them no? Where we get oil from now?
Well, here you go now. Under the PNP, right? Yeah, it was the Petrocaribe deal because Venezuela was giving us a lot of oil at
Right.
0% interest, right? So that was like Jamaican government was making a lot of money, billions from that.
And they
Now,
made a pay high bill same way.
but watch this now. 2016, now when Trump came into power, and them start to, put the pressure upon Venezuela like that, Jamaica had to discontinue the Petro-Caribbean deal, and that was a controversial thing as well between them and Venezuela, because Jamaica actually breached the contract and stuff like that. It was a lot of little political Jamaica and Venezuela, and we still see Venezuela send plane load our relief supplies and them something. So my point is this now. Right there and then, when Trump come in, Trump had Rex Tillerson as his Secretary of State, and Rex Tillerson was the former Exxon CEO, so it's a big oil man. You get what I'm saying? Right. So Jamaica started to buy from the Americans, them know, which is more expensive than the Petro-Caribbean deal. But again, just the geopolitical landscape. So we get our island from the Americans, not
from US, right? From
yeah.
Yeah, man. So them have. When I say, oh, if them are gonna lend them the money, they have to renew the contract. And they say that.
All right. So So what's this now? Let me say a quick thing there. Big up yourself one Queen Lakeisha. Dan White, all the ones and ones them upright, and big up on yourself. Just remember to just drop a like on the stream. All right, here you go. Merkaba 360, big up. Where in the history? Would I like somebody to tell me still? Even in the chat, where in the history you ever hear say 150 million US dollar loan has been announced by the IMF, right? Or the IDB or the World Bank or some Exim Bank or whatever. And then when you go and ask them, say, what is the interest rate on this loan that you have announced? Them are going to say, we haven't established that yet, right? Oh, we were not sure yet. That not look good either, because from the government, I go say, we are going to give JPS a bailout of 150 million. Because remember, the government is a minority shareholder, and you bail out the majority shareholder by saying you pump 150. But at the same time, not even the interest rate determined yet. So what me say is that how you announce 150 million US loan, $24 billion, and not even the interest rate established yet.
You see why sometimes, Imhotep, you have to have private sector incorporating oversight? Because government money and people money, taxpayer money, you mean to tell me, say, you're negotiating a deal, and one of the first thing on the table should be what? The interest rate. That's supposed to be one of the first things, Hey, what is the interest rate on this loan? But because it's government money, because I can guarantee you, when these people are negotiating their mortgage, them not treat it this way. They don't. Because it's privatized money, but we treat government taxpayers because it's not coming out of your own pocket. You just do anything. Okay, whenever we feel like we negotiate it. Oh, yeah, man, we take our time. Why? That should be the first thing. Hey, we want this money. We're negotiating. What's the interest rate? Okay, negotiation. We need this. Okay, take off some percentage points. Okay, fine. We can work with this. Okay, fine. What's the period? Which bank? All them stuff is something that is important. Those are pertinent facts that we need. Key metrics.
Well, one thing me sure I know. You see, when the IMF and the World Bank and the IDB and all these national or multilateral lending agencies, right? When them are lend the money and you hear them announce the figure, the interest rate don't establish, everything sign and seal. Now we are here say JPS I get 150 million bailout, and nobody can tell the people of Jamaica at what interest rate. That can't look good still in my view, because clearly nothing has been signed, sealed, and chiseled into stone as yet. It's just like you come throw some numbers out there and you don't even have an agreement signed, because you can't sign the agreement unless there's an agreed interest rate. The public need to know what interest rate, because you can't tell them say a 1% or 0.5% for taxpayers. No, and banks are charged 30-40% and they're sitting there. No, not them Korean and Japanese company. We don't go give them the 1% interest rate or 0.5%. We need to know what the interest rate is, and the fact say uno clueless as to what the interest rate is, that not look good. They can go through J views.
Well, Imo, you say something. You say not chisel out yet and not in a black and white. The finance minister is going to speak next week Tuesday. So let me hear, because I would have probably say that Vaz probably would have maybe probably came out in a two in a level of certain, but is uncertain. You understand? Even though you would have speak to the finance minister.
I have to choose one though. Give views money. I have to choose one though.
But you're still him come out very strong and maybe a bit defensive. Yes, we can really understand that. And and then the thing is now maybe you want to try to take credit of a situation where it's still in the embryonic stage. It's still not developed yet. So let me see because the finance minister is going to come out and speak. Me hear Julian Robinson asking, "Oh, why I'm not hearing anything from the finance minister?"
Right.
Yes, and what's going
Fair enough.
on?
Fair
What's going on with the thing? But you don't know, favor anti favor will come out and so Imo, you know what? Me not say nothing more about the topic until them hear
Yeah,
the
because here we
finance
go
minister come
now.
out.
It's J views. Here we go on. You see this one here? Yeah, man, the JLP have to go take that earlier, brother. Because here we go on now. It's not looking good. Not a one. And you just can't go around it because here we go on now still. First thing first, the finance minister should have been there to address questions of this nature. When Mark Golding, what's his name? I understand, say, one, Mr. Vaz is one who has been charged with leading the recovery efforts, him and Mr. Mackenzie or whatever, right? However, when it comes down to 150 million US dollar loan, 24 billion Jamaican dollars, a finance minister argument that. When it come on to JPS and the logistics, and I understand, even if him want to announce about the loan and stuff like that, which, it's his portfolio nonetheless, right? But when Mark Golding asks him questions, then Mr. Vaz should not resort to gaslighting and temper tantrum and call him and then wicked and then sitting there, man. No, if you have the details, all right, you refer, say, I'll refer it to the finance minister. Simple as that. Simple thing.
But you said that the minister should be there. I don't even say the minister should be there. That would be good, yes. But at the same time, he said that he met with the minister, right? That's what he said. Okay. What happened after that? Okay, you're reporting now. You're supposed to have something. Even if it's in the infancy stage based off what you guys discuss. Come report that. Say, hey, based on what we discuss, this is what we're going to do. That's it. Up there say, we are talking about your finance man and me and a finance person. Well, that don't make sense right now. I don't see why that behavior. I don't see why.
Well, invest. You're touching on good points still. Wouldn't you probably look and say, well, Darrell Vaz, him barely have any much thing to say in terms of substance, in terms of the questions the opposition asks, that him probably could have maybe wait. Even though him said he would have dialogue with the finance minister, probably this could have waited until maybe for the finance minister then invest, because a good point you make, because he said that him not even come. Yeah, but while invest, as I said, he didn't even come with a figure. He said, well, this is the X interest rate, this and that. Him not coming on meet at the matter. Invest. So probably him could have maybe delayed a few days then.
I'm not saying you should delay it. Don't say anything at all. You're tasked in reporting the findings, the information in a parliament to the people. Okay? You're trying to give people reassurance right now. Okay? You say you meet with the finance minister and secretary. What happened? Any preliminary what you can tell us? That's what I'm talking about, Any preliminary? That's
right.
it.
So original youth, as me saying in general, you see, We have to call a spade. And if Mark go and forget the flame, him forget it. And if Andrew them forget it, them forget it too, brother. Because here we go on now. You can't come announce 150 million US dollar loan, 24 billion when Jamaica, the government need every dollar. They say a recession is pending, right? So here we need every dollar to contribute towards the growth of the economy to get back on track. If you are going to take $24 billion for give one company where 40% are Japan, big Japanese billionaire company, one next 40% are big Korean billionaire, multi-billion company, and them can use the collateral and the JPS to secure a loan of 250 million. Them not see that important to use the JPS collateral, right, to secure the 250 million between them, right? If you say, all right, cool, this will aid in our recovery process and we'll repay the loan, but JPS is there as collateral. Them not see the need in that, you know. But here we go on now. Government that got announced 150 million, 24 billion, and can't tell the taxpayers, the Jamaican people, at what interest rate. That just don't look good at all, to put it mildly. A man, that's a party shop thing, that, brother.
Exactly. I understand, sir, in a crisis, an orthodoxy approach can work to make things move faster. I totally get it. But in the same breath, when you're dealing with large sums of money, taxpayer is going to be on the back of that. You put information in place, you put the processes in place so that people can get reassurance. It's not hard. I don't think it's hard. It's not. And if you never have all the information there and then, you just say, okay, you know what? I am going to send this to the Minister of Finance to respond to you in kind. That's it. You know, they say all unnecessary things. None of that can help right now. Can't.
But the thing is, you know, original youth, if Darrell Vass say him write a check for last night, yeah, man, we want to know the interest. Well, on a favor for write the check that Mr. Vass, you know. That are the part of the problem too, because here go on now. We know say Mr. Vass, them very powerful, you know. But sometimes Muffin met the relevant people don't overburden himself either, which means he might put him foot over finance side. And when Mark Golding hold him over there, so he might just you know, yeah, skip round and deflect and gaslight and them something there.
Delegation is also important. Delegation is also important to him. Delegation.
Yes. Make favor deal with that, because at the end of the day, favor should be there, because this is about expenditure and how much money I go spend this, so and this and that. Listen to me, even a lot of the things you hear announce, and you hear announce them. Not even favor, like where is favor, the finance minister? Only hear from her? Go on. We hear nothing from favor recently, like seriously do. Favor is eerily silent, you know, and a whole heap of pay money, I spend on this money, that the money I donate, and then a favor supposed to be the more. Favor supposed to be even more popular than Andrew Wallace right now in terms of the job description.
There's an expert, so I'm watching, not to go on a tangent, but an expert I'm watching closely should be the Minister of Health. I'm watching closely.
Well, here, man.
Closely.
It was a tough time, you know. Watch this now. It was a tough time, you know. Leptospirosis are 90 odd cases. Them say, you know, and how much people have died and things like that. So it's our next emergency that we're still waiting for them to sound the alarm big time. You know, don't play that, because them water they the whole part dead animal and them sitting there and the rat and whole part stores they get blood out and all them sitting there.
In this whole thing, I said I give the government, I give them credit when them deserve it. I believe leading up to the hurricane, the information disseminated, I think that they did a great job. I honestly do. Right? Try to open the country and get things going. I give them effort, you know, commendation for effort. However, there's some small details, there's some small pockets that need to be filled in to make this thing run semi-seamlessly right now. We have to do that. And
But
people, people need reassurance. It's not just in the 80s, 90s where information was hidden from people. Information democratized right now where everybody gets access to the information right there and then. So
but
you have to put the information out.
the thing is to invest. We have a government to announce 24 billion loan to one couple corporations, and then can't tell we what interest rate. Then can't tell we which entity it go be withdrawn from fee fund them or whatever. We know you're not at all. Not at all, but you tell we say that's a loan, $150 billion $1 million loan US, which is equivalent to 24 billion. Oh, yes. And not no more, no details, nothing at all, no interest rate, nothing. So at least people them know what going on. And the Jamaican people, unfortunately, those who were affected most, right, now the Western parishes, the people them not sure when they might get back power, you know. Remember say light, you know, brother, one of the most important thing, you know, bro. And like said, them people that live like no rasta in a bubble hill and they're sitting there, brother. And yeah, tell we say, well, I know what you say now. Una tell we say up until next year, May, April, nobody don't know when they might get back power. For so long, we didn't talk about the Christmas, you know, brother. Next year, we are next year. Misty, if Fairval was there, because as me I say no, Misty, I don't see Fairval being very vocal in all of this, you know, in terms of spending and whatever, because all of what is being allocated. All right, just like how Andrew only said, that's 10 million will be allocated to each MP, whatever. Listen to me, when Nigel Clark was here, Nigel Clark was the man making those announcements. Nigel Clark was the man making those announcements. No, Andrew only announced it. So me, I want if Andrew only run.
It's obvious
the Prime Minister, you know. But
it's obvious night and day between them two, though. It's obvious, you know.
Nigel was the man answering those things as the finance minister, telling the people and the parliament how the money are going to spend, how much has been allocated, where this 24 billion will be coming from. You get what I say? From wherever. Whether I want to take it out, when I got double in the housing trust surplus, because more often know how housing trust have even surplus. You get what I say? When Jamaicans, right? Remember, you know, the majority of Jamaicans don't really have proper homes, right? Housing trust have surplus, which means a more house supposed to have bill. We're not supposed to have no surplus. We're supposed to have enough here run the thing. Because remember contributions. Surplus to the point that you can go in and take billions out of it for spend somewhere else. And people in Jamaica can't afford homes. So those are little things more that people have to look on. But 150 million US dollar, no interest rate, no source of funds, like where it's coming from. We are the people them not hear that at all. You understand me? I say, yeah. So no. You see, you see, Wilfred Thomas. You see, I understand the utility part of Mr. Vaz portfolio. And I understand so he has been tasked. You know, Mr. Vaz is very powerful, you know. I know Andrew want to task him as one of the people where I lead the recovery process, right? I'm get the part there. But here we go on now. Him have him T's crossed and him eyes dotted. So it go out there too. You can't announce 150 million loan. And then when questions are being asked, fear and balance question, you got deflect and gaslight. And you still not tell the people where the rest of money come from. You still not tell the people when everyone will get back power on them. See, now that people want to hear. All right, J views, like you want to say, I think, my general.
Yeah, man. A good point still make, and as we say, I think I don't see. Yes, I understand. Say this portfolio, that was old, and I can understand that he's trying to reassure the people based on the whole aspect of people getting back light as soon as possible, and also for bring back some level of semblance to the business community, you know, for try to resuscitate micro enterprises as quick as possible. So I guess he's trying his best, but I think probably this information, I wouldn't, it wouldn't hurt for delay it, because if the finance minister is going to come and speak Tuesday, I don't see it would have hurt by just a delay a day or two, because he basically didn't say anything. So he came out and yes, he probably wanted a feel good moment, but there's no meat on the bone. Literally presented one piece of dinosaur bone, dry up, no juice, nothing. So and then it leave a lot of questions to be answered. So I guess, as I said, the finance minister more likely would have to come now and mop up and answer these questions. Yeah, the interest rate, who's going to lend the loan and all of that. So let me see what she's going to say when she comes to use it.
Right, all right. Fair enough still, but here go on. I saw where Miss T was saying that Favour was in Parliament at the time. So if Favour was in Parliament, why wasn't she allowed to speak on the matters of finances? You get what me I say? Yeah, if Favour was there, because Parliament in a brother. You see the majority of them, I got there. And I think Miss T, I didn't see Favour, so I'll have to double check it still, but we just know say if Favour was there, why wasn't she allowed to speak as a finance minister as to listen me, watch this now. We don't even know how much money has been collected overall so far. Well, do we know what invest? Do we know how many money has been collected so far? Well, invested there, like you're muted. J Views, do we know how many money has been collected so far?
All right, one thing. Well, the Prime Minister said none of that money that has been collected has been spent. He said it yesterday that the money that has been used.
There's no clear information. There's no clear information.
Yeah, then invest. Then probably you might have privy to those information privy, but not on a large scale. So he basically said that money hasn't been spent.
No, but we can't. No, Jeffries, we can't defend that though. To be honest,
yeah,
we can't defend
no,
that.
honestly, I know, but I'm not saying I defend it. Because I basically said that he said. You just basically, as me say, the finance minister have to come and map up all them information. Well, the prime minister try to take on, in which him shouldn't.
But JVs here go on, the argument is not how much has been spent or if any has been spent already. The argument is how much you get so far. I'm saying that not even the public have a clue, because you don't see the numbers coming out. When Nigel Clark was the finance minister, those numbers would have been churned out, and them sitting down people here who are going to say, so far we have received 20 billion in grants and pledges and monetary aid or whatever. You would hear them detail. Right now the people them don't have a clue as to what's going on. We know money coming in, no doubt about it. But there is no concise information as to say, well, here we go on. Yeah, man, we have received this and we have gotten these pledges here and there. Listen me, remember we saw Mr. Crawford, right? I speak to the Director General of ADPEM, and we see how that end up, because at a critical time, right? At a critical time, we see them remove the man. As a matter of fact, the Director General of the JCAA, right, has been placed on leave, brother. And Mr. Vaz portfolio that too, The Director General of the JCAA, has been placed on leave, As a matter of fact, hold on. Let me see if we can find it, and then we get back to that topic. And you see, these kind of things as well, in my view, it's questionable, You know the reason why? Watch this now. This money, with all the aid coming in, we have planes and them something there for need civil aviation, right? No plane can lift up without them. No plane can land without them. No plane can lift up without them. You understand what I say? Yeah, with civil aviation, and them govern the thing. This man at the head of it. They won a suit recently, against the government, about some wage freeze, And it was announced when, I think last week, he was one of them that sued the government and won, and he's placed on leave now. At a critical time when so much Jamaica right now, in terms of civil aviation or air traffic, is at one of its highest volume, because the amount of aid we are coming in, and this a group and that the group, the Caribbean, the US military and Navy, and one heap of private people, helicopter in the air and plane and land by airport, and them sitting there. One heap. And this a man who send the man up and leave after him win the case against the government. And as me I say, this a man are the man who in charge of all the civil aviation, brother. The whole civil aviation thing. All plane and land and them sitting there. Them man are supposed to be part of the coordination to make sure say, yeah man, everything land good and everything take off good and whatever, everything good. Civil aviation. And them put him on leave. You get what me I say? Yeah, and put him on leave right now. No, when say what kind of, let me see when them say again, man.
Who is working in his capacity right now, Imhotep?
Huh?
Who is working in his capacity right now?
Them not appoint nobody yet. But we say at a critical time like this, when civil aviation is so important in terms of the plane them where I land with the whole of supplies and them sitting there. Who put this man up and leave a brain box. The man who he's the brains and he's a director general. Just like how the new director general for ADPEM, he would have been the most senior man at ADPEM. These are the most senior man in the aviation side, right? The civil aviation side. I want to send this man up and leave at a critical time like now. How that look now? And guess again, a transport, the civil aviation commander, Mr. Vaz portfolio. So me really I wonder what really are going on here still, because putting this money on leave right after him win a lawsuit against the government with some wage freeze thing. Like, I'm not giving no explanation and stuff like that. You understand me I say? But I guess soon people are going to ask why this man was placed on leave at a critical time when civil aviation is at its peak. You get, and Mr. Vaz portfolio this, but Mr. Vaz we a lot of power still now, but no, listen me, them man in a civil aviation, long them man, as me say, if you become the head, the director general, the head of civil aviation, it means you're qualified enough to be the head, and you are the brainchild of the thing in terms of say managing the thing ultimately, and you send and leave now when the sky is so busy with all heap of aid and them something there. After you win a case against the government, really I throw out the meat for the red meat for the people them still. But anyways, me not gonna dwell upon this too much. We still are trying to understand how Mr. Vaz really, how Mr. Vaz would have really announced, say, 150 million loan to JPS, and the bad not know the interest rate and them sitting there. And the Jamaican people them don't even know exactly when everybody will get back power. That's a part of the problem there. 1 second, James Bond, let me just play a little clip here and then me give a piece of the mic, because we see that actually people must stay in the dark, and me I say no. But right now, as we speak, the majority of the people them affected don't have a clue when they will get out the dark, because JPS still can't find 200 million US yet. They put on the 150 where the government are go bail them out with.
Opposition posed a question to me after my statement to Parliament, pretty much asking why would we release 150 million US dollars to the JPS without the JPS satisfying us that they have the ability to raise the additional $200 million that they would need. And my simple answer was that the people want light. And if I can get a deal where I can lend them $150 million and bring forward the restoration of power in the most affected areas.
Right, that's our problem. Right, that's our problem, Because Mr. Vata say his objective is to bring back power to the most affected areas. But here we go on. Every area is the most affected right now, because everybody is without power. So what the people them really want to hear is to say power will be restored to all areas affected. But when the ones them are going to say the most affected areas, who determines the most affected areas? And then you know, leave room now for the people. If a PNP area get back the power, they're going to say, oh, JLP then get back power over this, or a certain parts get back power, and certain places get the power. To be fair as well, we see that the news where JPS said the man then cut down one light pole and cut off back power for the place. You understand what I say? So even some vandalism are going on this as well. But based on what Mr. Vaz is saying, you know, to those most affected, yeah, it should not. Everybody is most affected at this point in time.
Yeah, the wording should be more even like a sequential process where make it like that, not say worse affected, because we're trying to make full restoration. I know that's going to take time, but it have to be in a different method. The methodology have to be different, not just say most affected and that's it. No.
Well, clearly, what is for sure, based on what Mr. Vaz said, is that JPS will select where is most affected. And that's where the problem lies, because as I say again, you know, everywhere is most affected right now. So the same way, everybody lose power at the same time or whatever, the same way. So they are all most affected. And the shops, them need to be up back and running, and, you know, people out and I go about them business and I buy this and buy that to get the economy a circulate and them something there. So, to say most affected, no, it should be all affected. That is where the conversation should be, all affected. And we don't know, half of the people who have lost power now don't have a clue as to when they'll be getting back or if they are in the category of most affected areas. All right, people, remember if you leave a like, you know it going a loyal soldier, big up yourself. James Bond, big up yourself, my general. I can unmute the mic and let me hear where I said it.
Yeah, man, bless up. I might be chipping in and out because I'm just driving in from the airport.
Yeah,
Big up chat and panel. But
Yeah, man, big up James, man.
I've been listening on the flight and you guys have been saying a lot of misinformation. First of all, JPS initially did not go to the government for a loan. JPS went to the government and asked the government to extend their license so they could have then now used the extension and go get a loan. That in itself is problematic for Jamaica because now we'll be back in a chokehold with JPS. So rather than doing that, which I think was a smart move by the government said, okay, cool. We have 150 million can lend you up front for you guys to continue with your with the restoration instead of stopping it to go look the money. And then you use that time to figure out on yourself. So I think that is a very good move on the part of the government. They also gave a timeline of the end of February for everyone to get back light. So there is a timeline out there. So for the most effective area that Vaz was talking about is mainly towns closer to hospitals, that kind of stuff, because it doesn't make sense you give back the neighborhood light and then the town don't have no light, so you have no supermarket, you have no gas station, you have no nothing can operate that way. So I just think it's a lot of misinformation out there.
right. A quick thing there. Since I said us, you know, by February, everywhere will be repaired. How everywhere will be repaired when 350 million is needed and 150 million we see. So how everywhere I go repair when there's no proof of funds? If it shows the year go on. Yeah, man, we have the money to do all the repairs. The next thing is this now. The argument was the government announcing a $150 million loan to JPS. Is this not if JPS went to them or whatever? Because in the news, it is in the news that Mr. Vaz said as they them now deal with no early renewal settings, right? We saw that. But when I say is that the government announcing the 150 million and have no clue of the interest rate and have no clue of which entity will be lending the money. The next thing is that 150 million the government are give them when they need 250 million. So how can they tell you, James Bond, say everything I got fixed by tell me say that's the project. Yeah, right? Yeah, build a whole condominium. And you tell me say the whole project I got finished by February, yet it need 200 million to finish it up. And you don't have no source of funds, you know, have no proof where that come from.
If you have if you don't get 150 million, the work would stop, right? So in order for the work to continue, remember now you have people on the ground from America, Canada, all over the place working just the same. Without the 150 million, the work would stop for them to know they don't go and try find wherever whatever source they told the government they're getting the financing from then. So in order for that work not to stop, the 150 million is the gap, which I think why would you stop that? All right.
Well, I think James Banner break up. James Banner break up.
Yeah, man, I'm driving. Sorry. Let's say they don't get they don't give the 150 million. I would rather the work continue with the 150 million and stop where the 150 million went than it stop where 350 million would go.
All right, so watch this now, James Bond. Kepco, right? That are Korean Energy, we own 40%. Right? They bought that for 285 million in 2007. 285 million US. Kepco bought it 40% share in JPS. 2007, 285 million. Right? Cool. And we know that the value of JPS has increased throughout the years. So even if we want to say it's stagnant, at least their valuation is 285 million. Maroon Benny, which own the next 40. The fact that Kepco 40% at 285 million, we can also argue that that is the same thing. That's the argument here. So we're looking at 285 million, right? We were looking at what? 570 million combined in valuation for both Maroon Benny, the Japanese company, too big to fail, and Kepco, the big Korean energy giant as well. So they have over 570 million in valuation or equity, so to speak. And you are telling me, say, them can't come to the table with not even a dollar, not even 10 million, them come to Mr. Vaz with, right? Or whatever. Not even a dollar. No, the 150 can start the work. But at the same time, we have JPS who cannot tell the people them when everybody will be getting back power. Definitively, brother. And I'm not saying that they should say, well, within the next month. We're talking about them having the resources and the technical and the materials to do it, because these are billion-dollar companies, brother. We own JPS. Billion-dollar companies, James Bond, and I'm saying one Korean and one Japan. Even the government is a jack in the bucket.
But Emo, none of these companies is worth more than American Airline, JetBlue, Spirit, all these airlines. These airlines are worth hundreds of billions. And in the big C, all of them needed bailout. That's how companies work. In the big C, all of them needed bailout. None of these companies is worth as much as American Airline. And the government had to bail them out with hundreds of billions of dollars.
All right, me love what you said that a while ago. You know the word where you use? The government bail them out. You know the reason why? These companies are too big to fail. Them can't afford to mess up.
The same thing with JPS. JPS is too big to fail in Jamaica.
No, but hold on, brother. Watch this, Watch this now. We can understand the big C and the repercussions and things like that. People stop traveling, whatever, right? In this case, we are talking about a Korean majority shareholder and a Japanese majority shareholder, and deal with energy, right? So, me glad you said, based on your logic, the Japanese government supposed to fork up that 350 million US, the easy and help out Maroon Benny, or them present 175 to Maroon Benny, and then Kepco get the next 175 from the Korean government then, or the banks, the various banks in Korea.
Yes, Emo, they have that chance, but at what pace and at what rate they're going to do that?
No, but hold on. Hold
on, Emo. So it is in the Jamaica government and the Jamaican people interest for the Jamaica government to move as fast as possible, and then we figure that part out, because living without light is inhumane.
All right.
The most important thing is to get back people light, and I would have done the same thing. You never sit down and wait for them to go move and then do this and do that. We go try to get them loan and do whatever.
Yeah, but James Bond, this announcement is being made a month after the storm, brother. I mean, I talk about a week after or a couple of days after. I talk about a month. We are in the 26th of November. and the storm go on the 28th. So approximately 1 month after, these things are being announced. And what's going on now, James man? Things are announced, and guess what? Them are move so fast, them forget the interest rate, them forget which bank or where the source of funds coming from. So it a move too fast, James man. And the people them need back power, everybody. But no move too fast where you no even determine what the interest rate is. You no make up on the mind with that, to sign an agreement with that. And you don't even know which part the money a come from. Because you can't tell the people where the money is coming from.
Emo, you think the people in St. Elizabeth care about that? They care about getting back light. And that is what the government is trying to do.
Yeah,
Move
but
as quick as possible.
James
It is
man.
not normal circumstances where, remember, no, JPS really did not want a loan from the government. JPS wanted the government to extend their license so they could have then now go and look the money. That's what they wanted to know. It's basically use the license.
No, James man. No, you have to understand, say, JPS was trying to hold the government hostage. That's so. And here we go on. They don't need to, listen me, Marum Benny and Kepco don't need to, proof of extension of license, because you know the reason why? JPS is just like a BlackRock, right? BlackRock have a portion of portfolio worth trillions of dollars under their management. Kepco is the biggest producer of power in South Korea, right? Huge company. So therefore, here we go now. They don't need a MOU or a promise of renewal or a renewal of a JPS license because to go and secure loans. Because guess what? They're making, let's say, over 100 times more in Korea than what they're making in a Jamaica with JPS. Because that's how huge the population is and that's how much power them have. They don't need that assurance. We say, oh, yes, we are going to get our license renewed to secure a loan. Marum Benny worse. These are billion-dollar companies that is not JPS alone them invest in. You understand what I say? Yeah. So at the end of the day, that kind of argument, no, that not gonna stand in my view. And as me say again, the government don't know or couldn't tell the people the interest rate nor the source of funds. But they are announcing 150 million when they are going to loan to JPS when here gone. The government need, listen me, the government, let me say this invest and then me give the mic and then JPS can say a thing after. On the telethon, right? On the telethon when we see a host over the weekend, the government was saying, if it's even $1, send it. Which means that every dollar the government will appreciate right now, every single dollar. And them have 24 billion to loan to JPS, which is 40% owned by a Korean and a Japanese company, rich companies them. And we have 40 billion, 24 billion loan to give them, and them can present a dollar at the table. And we need every dollar where we can get. We are doing telethon, you know. We are doing telethon, saying if it's even $1, every mickle make a muckle. But yet still we have 24 billion for loan to these billionaire companies that have not even come to the table with a dime. And I try use license extension as leverage or for all we hostage. No. But at the same time, the license renewing or not, don't change them valuation over Korea and Japan. And so the government over them places can even say, these companies are too big to fail. So let us loan them the money because they have the collateral in JPS nonetheless. You understand me? I said, them still have the collateral and the equity in JPS. Can have 40% stake each. So even if their licenses are not renewed, them have 40% each in a JPS. And based on that valuation, them can secure them loan. Because 2007, Kepco bought 40% for 285 million. And we know for a fact that it is valued more, especially with the increase in the oil and things like that. Every time little things go on about the Middle East, it raises the price of oil and them sitting there. You get what I say? Yes, so you announced 150 million Don't hear the interest rate. We don't know where the money is coming from. That'll look good. But let me just play this again.
At the end of January, early February, as against April, May, and possibly June, which is a projected timeline of the JPS.
All right, so right there, so James Bond, I was going to respond to you as well, because you are saying that JPS by January, February. No, that if them have the 250 million, right? You hear Mr. Vaz say all June, April, May, June, we down there, so right? And we down there, so it can even reach and them something there. But now, if they get the 350 by January, February, you get what I say? Yeah, because I actually heard Mr. Vaz said this earlier, but it's still right now, these are not like factual things, you know. It's not like JPS say, yes, for sure, January, February, March, yes. No, these are some estimations and things like that. If them get the, yeah, that's if they don't get the money, right? So James Man, right now in a James Man, them don't have half of the money, figure half of the people them back power. James Man, my point is the majority of people who are without power will not get back power with the 150 million here. And as Mr. Vaz said, the severely affected areas. So again, now people are going to say, who determines that? And where are the severely affected areas? And those things. And some people are going to still wonder in a limbo and say, when we are get back power. And that we are talking about. You understand what I say? So, yeah, let's continue.
Then I'm still at a loss as to how he could expect a responsible government to wait for a full financial package, which will take months to conclude and finalize, and not go.
So wait, a financial package, right? So a contract with JPS and whatever, that would take months. No, wait there, man. No, man. James Bond. Financial package would take months. Like, all right, so here go on now. The announcement, you have to say JPS I get 150 million. How much months that take? Because it is just a month now since, you know, Melissa passed through. So to be told is that this loan with this amount at a time when the government asks for every dollar, yeah, how would you come up with this? Like when there's a throw the numbers out there still, because as me say, no interest rate. Nobody don't know the interest rate or the source of funds. So I don't understand why it would take that long. No. A 1 month now since the storm gone. I want to tell we say JPS, which is owned by the rich Koreans and rich Japanese, them couldn't find the funding, emergency funding. Them no, come on, man. Let's keep it real, man. Let's keep it real. Billionaire Japanese Marumbeni and Kepco. Eh? Rich. Ratner rich. I tell me say them couldn't even say, boy, it rough them at Jamaica and the government still no, because I 8 billion them say the recovery thing our cost. So yeah, man, make we come out of pocket in good faith. You know, yeah, man, make we use our collateral and get some loans and things like that. Yeah, use JPS as the collateral. Yeah, them can do that, yes. But the man them come to the table with nothing at all. The government, which owns, let's say 20%, is giving way more than what it owns for true.
Go ahead with the money that the government is prepared to lend on specific terms, which secures the government and the people of Jamaica and the taxpayers, whichever way the situation goes. We have a...
All right, specific terms, that's very vague. You get me I say? Yeah, that's very vague. No, man, you can't compare. No, man, don't compare American Airlines like that, man. You get me I say? Because you understand, American Airlines, remember, man, the airline industry is very fragile, right? And remember, so American Airlines was only one company that them only deal with airlines. Now, KEPCO, yeah, man, dominate 90% of South Korea in the same energy marketing where them do. And then them have shares in a JPS. Maroon Benny have 1 million companies, brother. And that me I talk about. So you can't compare American Airlines with this. American Airlines is American Airlines. And I like say, boy, American Airlines are run 1 million company. So when me I say is that you are trying to justify for them not have the money. That me I talk about, James, man. Yeah, justify say, oh, them not have the money. How them not have the money? It's decent nice. The amount when they charge people. And you hear me say a Safa ball say, I'm almost $500,000 in bill come to. And his wife pregnant and him something. Yeah. Me know anybody justify how the man then can come up with even the money like that, brother. You get what me I say? Yeah, big companies, rich Japanese and Korean companies. No, man, they're supposed to have all right. Government, all right, we loan them 150. At least them have them 200 ready and waiting.
A 5-year loan. If they get a license, a new license, they can raise capital and pay us back in 2 years when the license would be renewed.
All right, so I'm saying it's a 5-year loan, right? It's a 5-year loan, but in 2 years, less than 2 years, the license will not be renewed based on its current form, right? But why they need a license renewal for raise capital when these are huge companies we can dig in and even feed them capital in an extraordinary situation like this? So Mr. Vaza say a 5-year loan he might give JPS, but at the same time a 2-year time they might tell JPS say we're not continuing this contract in this current form because every 10 years them grant the license, right? So 2027 is when the license is up for renewal. James Bond, Miss T said that Faval was in Parliament. Is that so? When Mark Golding was speaking? Yeah, if that is so. No, but James Bond, a serious note though still. Faval, I don't see her at all like that in terms of her being very vocal out there and them something there. In a parliament, I discuss the numbers and them something. Yeah, but no. We're talking about now. We're talking about now, James Bond, man. Come on, man. You can't hear the man them announce 150 million loan. I have to about say Faval soon. Faval soon announce it. Faval soon announce it. No, man. No, brother. You get what I say? From Mr. Vaza come speak on it, then it better him not talk on it then. Because a finance business then I focus on the transportation aspect and the energy aspect of things and logistics and them sitting there. Yeah, but these are vague statements. The details, we need to hear the details. So if I come out contact, tell us the details.
Yesterday, you recall that the leader of the opposition posed a question to me after my statement to Parliament, pretty much asking why would we release $150 million US to the JPS without the JPS satisfying us that they have the ability to raise the additional $200 million that they would need. And my simple answer was that the people want light.
Yeah, no, everybody want light. Let me rephrase that. Not the people want light. Everybody, not even want, because a want, there's a difference between a need and a want. When you want something, like me can want a woman love. It don't mean say me need a woman love. It just means say, boy, I'm impulsive and I am infatuated and emotionally. Yeah, me say me want your love. But when you need something now, it's a must. All the people need power. We are talking about the people that are paying them bill and them something. All of them need power. So it's not we will determine where is the most affected areas. We will instruct JPS which affected areas need to be addressed, and some places will not be because 150 million and more than that, which is 200 million, is required. That's crazy. That's just crazy.
Also, representatives, Minister Darrell Vaz told us that JPS needs 350 billion US dollars to restore the electricity grid so that people can get electricity. He said that the government is going to take 150 million US and lend it to JPS. I asked him, so what about the other 200 million US? Are we going to ensure there's a plan that puts that money in place before we risk our 150 so that the full 350 that he said is the amount required is available to JPS? At that point, he went on a tirade, calling people bad mind, heartless, and all kind of foolishness. It was a simple question, it was a logical question, and it's a question they need to answer. Because we need the grid fixed. We need it fixed as quickly as possible. It's going to cost 350 million US to do it. Only 150 million is on the table. What's the government's solution for that gap?
I mean, these are valid arguments, you can't go around it, a valid arguments, is a valid argument. As me I said, why the Korean and the Japanese company can't find the money and people are saying, oh, they're waiting to renew the JLP license. If at that them are wait pan, so we should be held hostage until the government renew the license or something in 2027. No, it can't look so, man. George Smith, let me hear what you said it.
Yes, Imotet, member of the panel. What
Yeah,
are
big
you going with? All right, you might take on this now, Imotet, is that first of all, the JPS, right? They might play a craft, they might pull craft on the government. Because the mere fact that they came to the government and said they want an extension on the license in order to have leverage where they can get a loan in the open market, right? So in other words, then they would like an extension of the license under the same conditions so that they can continue reap profit out of the system for the next 7 years. So the government, seeing that, must realize by now that these people are not willing to put any skin in the game. And the government end game must be to take over the whole entire thing. If that is not the government end game, then the government is just joking around that they're going to pump 150 in it and their intention not to take it over. Because if you look at JPS, over the years, and based on the investment, you notice that they have not been investing any substantial amount from they acquire JPS. And even in terms of renewable energy, they have not been investing anything proportion to meet any 2030 goal in terms of renewable energy. So they are really playing a craft to continue to use a JPS, Maribuni and the other company, use the JPS as a cash cow without investing any money in the infrastructure and just gaining this profit. They're satisfied with them, them 75 or 64 million dollar a year coming out of JPS. They are satisfied with that, but they are not willing to put anything in it. The next thing, as it come up to the amount of 150, I agree with the government in terms of putting skin in the game, but their end game must be to take over the entity, right? Right now, the entity value about $634 million. When you take out them operating expense and the liability, the net pan it about $64 million. That's the net position on JPS right now as it stands. So the government putting in 150, it really can have backing, but they have to really tie it to assets that they can identify and say, yes, this is what we're doing. But the government here must be to take over the entity. And in order to take over the entity, they need equity in the business. And by doing this, or putting in the 150, they can gain equity. Because the JPS, remember, it's a profitable company because it's a monopoly. But based on the new licensing agreement where the government wants some commitment as to how you're going to bring down rate, how you're going to expand the grid, what you're going to do in it, they are unwilling to commit to that. So therefore, they are not willing to put any money into the game. the business. And from you see them doing that, you know them just dragging them foot. So you have to come now to take over the business. So that is where I believe the government does need to just say, the bottom line is we're going to have to take over this business. We're going to have to repackage the whole thing, more than likely break it up in a 3 licenses, Middlesex, Cornwall, and Surrey, and sell those licenses to companies who have the capacity for renewable energy. That is how my take on it.
All right. Well, here one still. You see, I for one, right? If you look at the airport, right? The government around the airport, trust me, it's like a fat cow getting milk, right? Bleeding taxpayers' money. So they actually resort to what, a privatization thing, right? Yeah, where people lease it and run it and whatever, them deal with it. You look at the JUTC, billions every year in losses, right? Because guess what going on? It's a public entity, so it's just a cash cow, it's a milk, right? You look at all the various entities. JPS as well. JPS has been Jamaica's worst enemy. That's the truth, you know. And here we go now. If the government takes control of it, I am not for that, because here we go now. A conflict of interest and taxpayers' money. JPS is not supposed to milk we, like how JUTC have milk taxpayers. Listen me, public, you see when it come on to the whole public service thing, nothing wrong if the government want to hold a stake in it, 20% or whatever. But private entities should own the majority and run it better, because of that capital for the government. Now, right now, no, it's not advisable for them if JPS can't pay back, them take it back over and things like that. If them are go give JPS $150 million loan, 2027 JPS now go pay back that the 24 billion there. No, a 5-year loan, Mr. Faza talk about. And he might go to the negotiating table figure, bully them to say, we're not renewing your license under the current terms and conditions. So how you are go at the table with the carrot and stick diplomacy there when the man them owe you 24 billion?
But you want me to say, Imhotep, what I'm saying, is not to take over the business and hold it, You take over the business, repackage a license, and sell the license them 3 different licenses separately. That is all you got. So you just repackage it, get ownership of it, repackage it, sell it. You're not going to keep it for long. In other words, then you don't get some administrator, some operation manager to do the whole operation of the whole thing, see how its profitability, because it's a profitable company. It makes $65-75 million a year. So although it is carrying a large amount of debt and operation costs and loss, because it is losing 20% through electricity theft, it's losing another 20% through not being efficient. So a 40% that going down the drain just like that. So it really wants an operation manager to shore up operation, repackage the whole thing and sell it, not to own it.
Right, but let's just look at what they're taking home, right? We're not talking about what people are thief, because they them not calculate where man a thief, they might calculate them profit. And if their take-home profit is all net profit are like 75 million, 70 million, that is still good money. My point is, these companies themselves, right, they have equity in JPS. These companies have their own equity as well as huge companies in Korea and Japan. So they don't need an assurance to sign a license with the government to secure funding, because they have equity, 40% equity in a JPS, and the companies themselves, whether they are South Korea or Japan, have a lot of equity that can easily secure 350 million, brother.
Yeah, that is true, Imhotep. But what you must understand, they are comfortable where they are and where the company is. We are the ones not comfortable, because we are paying what? Nearly 41 cents per kilowatt hour. Some of the highest rate in that world. And we would like to see that go to all $21, $29. And the JPS and their holding companies are satisfied where they are. So there will be no improvement if we leave it like this. So we need to take over the whole thing, repackage it, and sell it to people who are in it, want to improve it, and make money.
Yeah, but remember saying, George, taking over JPS means buying out the 80%, right? When the Koreans bought their 40%, it was 285 million US dollars, right? So let's say Marum Benny 40% is the same 285. We're looking at, as I said before, 570 million. So the government of Jamaica, in this time of crisis, where $8.8 billion worth of losses, them say, so much money to be spent on infrastructure and all those things, would have to come out of pocket 570 million US dollar just to put that mildly to buy out these people. So when me I say is that again is not feasible at this time, brother.
No, but here this no imitate. Let me tell you something. You know that the government already spent 770 million US dollars to save 7 cents off of the dollar from the start of the year. Last year we nearly spent up to 930 million to try to keep the dollar from losing 2 cents and 3 cents. So we're throwing good money off of bad money when we can take over a profitable entity, reshuffle the whole thing, and resell it and get back your money. Simple.
Yeah, but George, remember, say when the government was spending the money there, right? Since year or whatever, yeah, there was no 8.8 billion in damages and almost billions in damages to roads or infrastructure and all those things. So now it's a different conversation where, based on the amount, right, the government need every dollar that they can get. And I'm saying, right, first thing first, them would give JPS the 150 million loan. Then them have to go spend 570 million to buy them out because they are considered delinquent, and then try to take it over for an interim basis until a buyer comes and put it up on the market, right? Pretty much you actually spend 720 million US dollar just to do that. The loan plus you buying all the other shareholders. So as me say, still my general, all that needs to be done. Yeah, me understand say them are going to negotiate different terms and things like that. You get me? I say them are going to negotiate terms. And you Mr. Vaz, I say, listen me, it's not like say them are going to run with JPS, brother. Them are going to negotiate with JPS and say, well, yeah, this can go so and that can go so and whatever, in terms of the government, benefiting more. May understand the part there, but they're not going to run in a JPS because they would definitely have to they would have to spend the money to buy out these companies. And right now, as we say, we see them on the Teleton saying every dollar counts. If it's even that dollar, someone must pledge or donate. So all them would have 720 million US dollar for you say, oh, buy out JPS, and then for run JPS, the government. No. Listen me. JPS, as a matter of fact, JPS should be private. The government should sell out its 20% stake in it, because ultimately the government have the right to take it over or buy it back out, and them have the OUR as well. We govern the thing. The government will sell its 20%, so it's not a conflict of interest, because pretty much, the government as a shareholder is trying to bail out the other shareholders. But the other shareholders, them, not interested to bail out, the government, yeah, so, in terms of them coming up with some money either. It's not like they come at the table and say, well, me have 100 over Marum Benny, and, Kepco have an next 100. So we just want 150 to get everything done. That's a fair approach. But the man, they don't have no charge. They don't have the money charge.
Yeah, but let me give you a broader perspective. You know that energy, just this energy, just this one variable, energy. This is the industry that cause the most pressure on our economy. because we pay some of the highest electricity rate in the world. Our productivity level is cost more than every other place in the Caribbean. It costs us to produce one screw. If we are produce screw, and it costs Barbados 3 cents to produce the screw, it costs us 30 cents to produce that same screw. So even in our own little geographical area, we are uncompetitive in terms of production because of the energy costs. So if the government only get this one thing right in terms of getting this energy thing good, repackage it and then sell it. Then now all it repackage it and sell it to company, because energy is the biggest industry going forward. You need energy because data storage, and for data storage, energy are gonna do it. So you now go. There's not going to be any absence of buyers. You're going to have a whole heap of buyers who want to buy into energy. We just have to package it right and sell it to the right persons. But Maribuni and them people that them satisfied with them $67-65 million, they're not going to put in any more skin in the game.
Yeah, but the thing is, remember, as if you own a company, you have an obligation, right? Yeah, you have an obligation there still. But when I say is that now, them still have skin in the game because them have 40% equity each. Now, these are billion-dollar companies, right? Billion-dollar companies. My problem is, it's not even so much the government has said that them are go loan them $250 million. Them not really establish the interest rate yet, or the people them not really hear, where it a source from and whatever, where it a come from, right? Got it. Them have a budget and them have an allocation. So, if 150 million US are go loan to JPS, all right, cool. Make we know from which spot. Now, these companies, as me say, are rich, wealthy companies, the Japan and the Korean one. Very wealthy, billion-dollar companies. And I'm saying just the company names as well is even collateral. The 40% stake is collateral. So even each company can secure, one company can secure the 200 million loan, with their collateral and their equity in JPS. That's one. And neither of them have come to the table with no money. And the problem is that 150 million, let's just say for argument's sake, all right, cool, give it to them. There's no guarantee that at this point in time that everyone affected, power will be restored to them. So it really look away upon them company here we're so rich. And I come tell we say them not have no money to come to the table with. And the government now we need every dollar of your try find a loan to give them. You understand me? I say so. All right, let's still me kind of me not understand how them Korean and Japanese rich billion-dollar companies here can find 200 million to say, all right, cool, everything good, man, by February. Because we have the money now, so it means that we can bring in more manpower and bring in the resources. So we have that. Because that money solve all the problems there. So you have the money, you can bring in the manpower and the resources. If a 2,000 man we finish it in a 2 months, you bring 4,000 and now 1 month it finish. You understand me? I say. So I just saw that go still. Jamaica YouTube, you can unmute your mic and make me hear I said, and then
man. Big up to everybody. I just wanted to add to what George was saying in terms of, all right, in terms of what there's no documentation that has come out yet, so we don't know the details. But based on what was said, if JPS reneges on the loan, Jamaica owns the entire JPS assets. Jamaica will literally take over JPS. So they can't. So in reality, this is really the timing might be bad, but this is really, if we never had a hurricane and we had an agreement like this, everybody would be happy. But we had a hurricane and people are out of electricity. But this is technically a win-win. As I agree with George, if the government does take over JPS, you need to quickly divest it, make somebody else manage it. And I don't know how much shares we're going to have, but this, and as I said, we need to see the documentation they can look at the details. I'm not even worried about interest rates. What I'm worried about is that people in the majority, because it's I've seen a lot of these places. Not everybody will not be able to get back electricity. Even a year from now, even if JPS get all of this money, that not go possible. Some of these places, decisions have to be made if people should even live in some of these places. So I don't even foresee JPS running back electricity in a lot of these places. But in terms of from what I've read so far, if they renege on this, they're going to lose all of the assets. So in reality, the Chinese and South Korean company would be would actually lose all of their money that they have had in the organization. So the imperative is for them to go and find that 200 million, whichever way they have to find it.
Just to add something there, you must say, just to add something on James Bond thing, right? You see the interest rate, everybody talking about the interest rate, but the government have to look at the interest rate very sensitive, because interest rate can't be too high, because that will put pressure on the dollar, it will put pressure on electricity bill. So the rate can't be below the BOJ rate, and it can't be higher than the BOJ rate. So keeping it at the Bank of Jamaica rate would be a reasonable thing. You understand me? Because them can't allow it to be at commercial rate. Because commercial rate can put too much pressure on bills and the foreign exchange.
All right. My make skeptics, I think they got two skeptics. Let me hear you say it.
Good night, gentlemen. Can you
Night
hear me?
skeptic.
Night
Night
skeptic.
skeptic. Yeah, man, we hear you, man.
Yeah, good night. I just think it's political bantering as usual, personally. Because I think the leader of the opposition really is aware. I'm assuming they're aware that of what is happening. Really, I don't think that they're that naive to not see what is at play here. I understand that the JPS it is said that the JPS contract is going to be expired in 2027. But what I think is happening, because they have reached their bottleneck, because they're moving away from fossil fuel and they're moving towards clean energy at that time within about 2027, because every single company has a mandate based on the environmental sustainable government system that they're enacted. So I think around that timeline, they're going to move entirely away from fossil fuels. So JPS themselves has reached their bottleneck as it relates to their system. And so at that time, they really plan, to move away towards a different company. But JPS has, up until even last year, JPS has actually gotten $1 million from the IDB and from the CIBC investment as well. So what I think is occurring with this money, I think it's a pipeline decision. I think this decision already affects with whatever negotiation that they have had previously, because JPS has had a contract for their smart grid development plan with an American company. So they have already cemented that deal and everything else. And so they're moving forward with those plans. And I just think this money was just an addition to the 100 millions that they received last year. So everything, I don't think the opposition is that naive. I think it's a general thing that these two party do is to really get people engaged into discussion and different bantering going back and forth. But JPS has reached their bottleneck, um, and so they're moving away from their system, So I just, for me, I just think this is just talk, really, because all the deals have already cemented within the pipeline. So for me, it's useless for me to really get into what the leader of the opposition says, because I'm certain that they're fully aware of what is going on. It's just sparking this thing among the people.
All right.
I just want to weigh in on that, skeptic. Personally, I don't have a problem with the questions the leader of the opposition asked. Those questions need to be asked. What we need is that in a few days' time, in a week or so, we need to hear from the Ministry of Finance the details, because that's what's going to determine our next move. The details just need to come out to the public so we know what are the next moves. So I really don't want that the opposition is doing its job as an opposition. So I personally don't have an issue with the questioning.
Right, but Jamaica YouTube, when I think Miss T did say that when it was being said and discussed, favor was there, right?
No,
So
but if you know Favor Williams, Favor, I don't know why people. This is how Favor has always been. Favor is just like this. She's a boring person who doesn't talk much.
yeah, but no, but at a time like this, what is What is
No, but I think they're working out the detail. Remember,
Yeah,
there was a meeting between her, the lady that we used to own the payment place. There are about 4 or 5 of them. So I think they're working out the details.
right.
I don't think
What I'm
everything
saying
is fleshed out as yet. Them are work out. It's just them have a rough draft and them are trying to finalize everything.
But the thing is, the thing is though, right? At least, no man, as me I say, if those things are being said in parliament and things like that, of course it should be detailed, because what it does, it prevents the opposition from asking these questions. Because once it's detailed, at least you know, it's all right, cool. You know the source
No,
of
but Ima, you're not going to get all of that information now, though. Remember that this is a fast track thing, These are discussions that usually take months, George as somebody that works in government can do that. We are doing things now in weeks that we would take normally months or years.
No, I understand, because you have extraordinary situations, and extraordinary situations can require things being expedited.
As I said earlier, people might not like the sound of what me and George is saying, but in terms of a business move, this is a very good business move for Jamaica. It is just the timing. It's just a bad time, but it's a Jamaica now has Jamaica. You talk about how much money Barbie and all those spend. This Jamaica has to spend is 150, and if they renege on any of the agreement, Jamaica don't have to spend $1 more for acquire everything. Jamaica will acquire the entire JPS. Now, what we do with it afterwards, that's a different argument.
Well, I have a different take as it relates to business move, right? Because I think the trajectory is heading towards um, a lesser um, a lesser continuation of what is known today as a free market economy. I think they're moving away from that. Even the current fiat system, I think they're moving away from that. I think there's going to be a full implementation of the CBCD, which is a central digital currency. The payment system as we know it now, I think allegedly they're moving away from the SWIFT So it's more going to be like a credit-based system, you know. So I think all system is moving towards a complete shift, infrastructurally, and so there's a complete overall, there's a revamping of the whole system. I think it's not going to be the light posts, wiring kind of stuff. I think it's more going to be like a underground fiber optic system, and a completely, it's going to be infrastructure as it relates to like a smart grid, hive mind system where everything is going to be connected to like a data center kind of thing, you know, like a quantum system. I think that's where they're moving towards. But I just don't see within the next 5 years they're about they really care much about um the you know, the free market economy. I think they're moving away from that.
Well, the free market is capitalism, you know, and the capitalism in the Western world will always be king.
No,
You just see
I
that,
think they're moving away
where
from
we go.
capitalism.
No, man, what I'm saying is it will always be capitalism. 'Cause it'll always be based on greed and how much someone can accumulate, right? It will always be based on that. How much who can get richer and richer and richer, right? Yeah, the type of systems, yeah, it might evolve, but the mindset, yeah, will always be the same. Where a man want to be a trillionaire, billionaire, you know, whatever, whatever. But when I actually look at this whole situation between the government and the JPS, right? Yeah, I can understand that if they renege on the loan and stuff like that. But right now, as we speak, 200 million is needed. And in the present moment, you know, we have not seen that, you know, presented where we can say for sure, you know, everybody I get back power. Right now, at the 150 million alone upon the table. And as me I say again now, as these big established companies, multi-billion-dollar companies, it's disgraceful. I saw where someone was asking if them not have insurance. I know they're getting 50 million insurance fund and something like that, right? From the government or something like that. But I'm
Yeah.
just saying, yeah, but where is there? Yeah, there's specific insurance, but again, no, as me I say, it's only the government who has 20% stake. I put 150 million on the table, and then we combine have 80%. Them now put nothing on the table. Then these are big Korean and Japanese companies, multi-billion-dollar companies who have the equity, who have the capital. You understand me? I say so. It's kind of disgraceful that way they still, you know. J Views, I don't know if you want to say a quick thing, you know. Rihanna Williams, big up yourself.
Yeah, yeah. Big up to Lou just enter the panel. Somebody answer my question. So if it is that there's an an extension of the license, should I say that JPS may not be, I'm more likely would maybe looking at it that they would draw their foot, because since JPS would have conceded that they would have needed more resources for electricity restoration, and knowing the fact that there is a renegotiation of the license. So that basically means they would maybe looking at the government and say, well, guess what? If you don't help bail me out, I don't see the need of putting resources in a timely manner for electricity restoration that probably can maybe draw out to a ear. Can somebody correct me on that
Jerry, I'm going to give you my
if
answer.
if it's something similar to my point?
I'm going to give you my answer. And
Go ahead.
this is what I have extrapolated. Nothing that has been published, my extrapolation. All right. JPS wants a 15-year extension, meaning that they would be the sole distributor of electricity for the next 17 years. That's what they're asking for. In my opinion, I think the government called their bluff. If
Yes.
that answers you.
Yeah. But I'm saying to you, if is it that because it coincide with the whole restoration? Because remember, if it stands up on JPS as it is now, without the government acting, we're basically going to look at it that people going to probably be without electricity for more than a year.
Yes. No man,
Ah,
JPS parent companies can find the money, as Imate pointed out. What I'm
yeah,
trying to
yeah.
tell you is that they're trying to force an additional 15 years.
Yeah. By using this by using the restoration also as a leverage.
Yes.
By not, yeah. So basically forcing the government now to say, all right, because true to be fact, what would have shown us from last year that JPS would have been in a state of worried when it come on to restoration. Because all right, remember no, we did not get a direct hit last year from Hurricane Beryl, and it was a perilous situation for almost the southern belt, St. Elizabeth, So just imagine now, St. Elizabeth.
I live in Portmore, and because of Berlin, I got solar for my house.
Exactly. So just imagine now at this
a lot
time.
of my wife products were wasted and rotten, and we lose a lot of money. So I had to just solar my house within like 2 weeks.
So basically, I mean, with things as it is then, we're more likely we'll probably be looking at electricity restoration. Electricity probably maybe going into a year, and who knows. So it probably is a real more likely the government looking and say, no, what I rather spend this 150 than force with another 15 year of JPS albatross run, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but as I'm saying, the problem is, is that 150 is not even half of it, right? And while yes, it can be a start and whatever, we have not gotten any assurance, brother, from the man them with the 80%. No assurance, no commitment at all. So right now, as we speak, everything is in limbo. We know the 150 is there, but when that done, when the next 200 million.
Basically, the 150 will cover November and December because it's 75 million a year. I think now them have 100 and odd, if 100 and odd linesman here. They're going to plan to bring in an additional 300. So you have 400 and odd that will increase in terms of the number of men on the road in collaboration with the Jamaicans and some other countries in the region. The reality is that you have to try to restore power to the main town centers and then build out from there. So you have to make sure that the hospitals, the health centers, all those places, first and foremost, and then you move on, like some of the NWC plants that are, especially like St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, probably Hanover, some areas of St. James and so on, Trelawney. You have to get those back up. The infrastructure has to be back up as much as possible. I'm not talking about residential stuff, The reality is that the residential stuff are going to be further down the line. That's the reality. People are not going to, that's just how it has to be. You have to get the main infrastructures up and then everything else comes afterwards.
Right, and the problem is that's not even half of the customers. That's a part of the problem too, right? That's not even half of the customers in terms of the amount of money required to restore power to everyone. So the majority will still not get power when the 150 million is spent and done. And as me I say, we still short 200 million. So that's where the problem is. But let me play where Mark Golden say, and then we just get back into the reasoning there, because I think these are valid questions being asked, and Mr. Vaz did not do too well in responding to them. The finance part, him could have said, I'll allow the finance minister to speak on that at another time, or whatever. He might take on finance thing and finance argument. You get what I say? So at the end of the day, still, for him to resort to say them evil and them something like that. No, just tell the people what's the interest rate and tell the people where's the source of funds and things like that.
Simple. And Minister Vaz, I have one more question. If it's 350 million US to restore electricity, and you're willing to lend them 150 million without knowing where the other 200 million is coming from, which section of Jamaica are you willing to sacrifice by proceeding without sufficient money to fix the problem? So if only part of Jamaica is going to get fixed, which parts are not going to get fixed? Because we only have 150 million and not the 350 that it will take to do the job. Yesterday in the House of Representatives, Minister Darrell Vaz told us that JPS needs 350 billion.
Yeah, I think a valid argument in that still. And Mark Golin, well, part time Mark Golin and go out with some folly and talk some things, But Mark Golin, they make only percent so still. Make only percent so, brother. Because as me I said, big JPS with them big rich companies, at a time like this, they couldn't even say, no, man, government, man, you know, go and use a 150 there and focus on trying to rebuild the economy. Because that listen to me, that 24 billion there, could definitely be injected in the economy to kind of even rejuvenate it in certain areas. Right? So even them could have said, boy, yeah, man, we get the source of funding because we're a big company. These people, they even have no money in terms of sitting at the table with some numbers for the government. So that a part of the problem still, you see. No, when I say, man, Mr. Vaz approach still. No, Mr. Vaz approach to the gaslighting part still. Yeah, you see, then the say, boy, Favor will answer those at a later date. And then on make sure say Miss Favor have the details that different. But when he say the people are wicked and evil and I said them sitting there as gaslighting, man. The approach, I never to agree with that. Man asks valid questions. If you can't answer it, you diplomatically say, boy, Favor will speak on those things because this has to do with the Ministry of Finance and them sitting there. And the Ministry of Finance deal with the budget, the whole IDB, whichever entity of finance nothing, the Ministry of Finance have the oversight there. So if you're going to take on the responsibility the way you're going to talk for the Ministry of Finance, yeah, of course, people want to hear what the interest rate, since you announce 150 mil, announce you're supposed to know the interest rate. That means you actually have a discussion there and stuff like that. George, yeah, look at the one.
Yeah, man. All the questions that the opposition leader asks are valid questions that we need answer to. But then again, even if was that even I think him could answer, boy, well, they're not going to be lower than the Bank of Jamaica rate because that is the lowest rate. Him couldn't really give a loan at. Him can't give below that, You understand me? The below that is real. That wouldn't be like you say a sweetheart deal. So him say either in line with the BOJ rate and just leave it like that. But him have to answer those questions. And in terms of when Vaz said that loan can be paid back in 2 years. Based on them balance sheet, you can't pay back in 2 years. Them can't pay $150 million for a company where I make $64 million a year.
No, it's not 2 years they have to pay it back in. I think it's 5 years, but they can pay it back in 2 years.
Yeah.
I think without penalties. Okay, if they can't loan too quickly, you can be penalized. But and you must understand that. Okay, I used to work in the banking industry.
Well,
man, that is true. That is true. But in other words, then they would have to borrow some money from somewhere else at a cheaper rate for really want to pay off that.
But Judge, me, and I said again, this is my assessment. I don't think this has anything to do with money. I think what they wanted to do is the Jamaican government to agree to the 15-year extension.
Yeah, that would be ridiculous.
I think that's what they wanted.
Yeah, and Imotet said it earlier in that program, 1 second there, invest. Imotet said it in our program earlier. The monopoly have to cut right now. We can't go further in another 5, 6, 7 years with this monopoly. It have to stop.
And just one more second. I know skeptic want to say something, but I just want to explain the persons. What JPS has, is not the producing of electricity. What JPS has is the distribution rights. That's what the problem is, That's what Jamaica has the biggest. That, you know that there are not a lot of people don't know, but there are other companies in Jamaica that produce electricity, but they have to sell that electricity to JPS. They cannot sell it to your house. So you have independent power partners in Jamaica that produce electricity, but they just cannot sell it. For example, even with that, everything has to go through JPS because they are the ones that control the distribution, and that is where we have our problem.
Right. I remember one you have one aware out of Rockford side, eh?
Yeah, private power.
Yeah,
Yeah,
private
man,
power.
I have one right in front of Tivoli too.
Right, and them sell to the grid, but here go on now. When them a sell is a drop in the bucket in comparison to JPS's, national grid, right? But the
No,
thing is
no,
that
no, no, Imhotep, you know that right now the IPPs provide almost 30% of electricity.
who?
At the IP independent power partners, the independent companies, they provide almost 30%. Actually, JPS generation has actually dropped dramatically, because, for example, you know that there's a solar farm in Clarendon. There's another one proposed. Wigton provide electricity. There are number. Listen to me. There are a number of players. For example, the guy that used to run JPS, ironically, he's also gone into solar and all of that. So a lot of those things are happening. A lot of there's one. I think there's a solar farm in Westmoreland, if I'm not mistaken, that is badly damaged. So there are the major problem with JPS is that distribution, that are the distribution contract.
Well, the thing is, right, and that is where they are the monopoly, because at the end of the day, all these other entities where I mentioned, they must sell the power to JPS or based on the agreement. JPS buy it from them at whatever rate them negotiate, right? So there's no competition. I know them look small companies that can't compete with JPS, but there's no competition to say, all right, you have that level where a next company can get a better price and people can choose. JPS just have the monopoly there, and really and truly still it's to the detriment of the consumers them. Me think say really and truly JPS has been a nightmare for the majority of Jamaicans in terms of the inconsistency with the bills, and them chew on some numbers on the bill more time, and sometimes them say them a give us a standard bill, and consistently them they become read the meter, all kind of stuff. So as me say, the fact that they have that monopoly, right, where with the distribution side, I mean, it's going to prevent any other companies who would want to definitely come to Jamaica and deal with them on distribution. But me think say you need to have more competition. I mean, really feel like now is the time to focus on more solar as well too. A 24
Well,
billion they could definitely a 24 billion they could have subsidized what solar upon about the place and the roof them. More people go solar, so the dependency on JPS. Yeah, because right now, based on where the ones them I say, JPS really a whole with a stage, brother. They
well,
really a whole with a stage.
Jamaica have the atmosphere for solar for sure, but I think they're going towards hydrogen energy as well. But you see, it in regards to Dalva's demeanor and attitude is, yeah, you know, if that's that's the way um, he is in nature, right? I I know Dalvas before he went into politics. He has a very arrogant persona based on how he expressed himself. He had, I met him twice. He had a restaurant off Hope Road back. I don't know if he still have that restaurant, but he has had that demeanor. That's how he expressed himself, and you really get somewhat a bit ignorant sometimes the way his delivery. But I personally think there's going to be investors, right? That is going to fall in, and to contribute to certain infrastructural development, right? I know for one, you have In Montego Bay, you have the Hard Rock Cafe is planning to open next year into 2027 thereabout. You know, and they're actually they're actually gearing up to make it like a smart um, Hard Rock Cafe, like a lot of digitalized system, holographic, autonomous system, you know. Um, so that one of the plan there in Montego Bay. And I'm sure a lot of other investors is going to come on board. And I'm sure they're going to get loan from, you know, World Bank because they're moving towards a different system. You know, I don't think things is going to be continue to be as linear as it is today because I know they're moving towards a circular system, right? Um, so you know, going back and forth as to where the monies come from, I just don't think the government is prepared right now to have any discussion with the leader of the opposition or in the public domain as it relates to investors. Because when people hear about investors or when certain money talk and everything else, you know, people tend to really, you know, have a lot of different pushback. But I think the government is going to get investors to come on board. And I think there's going to be a lot of different people coming in to lay the infrastructure for the system, the new system that they want to implement, because they do have a blueprint. They do have a blueprint as to where, you know, even the Trump administration just launched yesterday the U.S. Genesis mission, which is
Skeptic, are we still
complete.
talking about JPS?
Well on the skeptic. Well on the skeptic.
Are we still talking about JPS?
Skeptic, that's well on the skeptic. Please. Yeah, make it a skeptic. Just land, please. You know, a good look at flight tech. But we want to kind of stay with JPS and our Jamaican politics to go on. You get what I say?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
we want
but
to stay
no,
this-
the thing is, you see, and this is what I'm saying. I get it that everything is interconnected. I get it that you know, it's one thing to go in circles when it when you guys are discussing local stuff, localized stuff. But the world is going to be interconnected. Every system is going to be becoming a hive mind thing. It's not going to be just one country. Every single country is on board to the new infrastructural framework that is
Skeptic.
going
All
to be
right, skeptic. Respect, because as we are saying, we really want to stay at JPS, and as we say, we still see our go over there. So, but here go on. Make James Bond say a quick thing, skeptic. You get what I say? No disrespect. You know anything.
Yeah, I was saying, I think Jamaican YouTube said it best. JPS was bluffing, and the government called them bluff. That's exactly what happened, and I think it's a good thing because any other government never called JPS bluff. You hear say them a drag them foot because them a look money for do this and them a look money for do that and all kind of something. How much money Jamaica and they can't afford to pay them. So here's it, $150 million. Continue the work, and then we don't need to go do what we have to do. And now that the government have a stake in the company, at any point in JPS want to mess up, you just pull the loan. That there's nothing a company hate more than a bank pulling their loan. Anytime you pull the loan on a company, that's like pulling the chair from underneath them. So it gave the government leverage as well against JPS.
Well, me feel say because 2027 when the license supposed to up, I think up here as well they consistently give them 10 years, right? 10-year license period in terms of the renewal process. So in 2 years' time, when negotiations are going, hey, a man with 24 billion, you have to watch you talk to him too. Because I say a man
Yeah,
who
but the power companies worth way more than 24 billion. So you'll be getting it for cents on the dollar. That's how it works, you know.
no,
Remember,
Imhotep, I just want to say
JPS did
quickly.
not.
I just
Go
want to
ahead.
say quickly, if the government had signed that 15-year contract, they would have found the money tomorrow. Trust me on that.
But Jamaica YouTube, remember no, JPS did not go to the government for a loan, no. JPS go to the government to extend their contract so they can go look the money themselves. And as I said, if they had signed the contract, they'd have just say, oh yes, we miraculously find the money. Now the government is like, all right, cool, we're not extending, no. We a matter of fact, we'll help you know, with startup with some of the money. We'll actually help with some of the money so the work can go on. I
The,
call
the,
the
pro-
government,
the,
call them bluff.
the only problem is that is just what is happening now. It's just, it looks away, but it's an opportunity. But it just look away because people are suffering. It's just one of those things you caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah,
No, but
and Jamaica
it is
YouTube is
but sorry, at the end of the day, you know, people are suffering, but from JP's standpoint, it's actually business. And business is harsh, and sometimes a lot of people get cut down, and some
No,
people
no,
might
I'm talking
lose.
from the government standpoint, James.
No, I'm
You're
talking
caught
from
between a
JP's
rock and a hard
standpoint.
place.
Too. As I said, they
Yeah.
could have found the money a morning if the government side it, but them are drag them foot, and them not thinking like, okay, cool, people are suffer, blah blah. But it's just business. They're trying to get what they want.
Right. All right. Look at J Views. They do want to say a quick thing. I can go through J Views.
yeah. Well, for further add to Jamaica YouTube and James Bonner saying, because you could probably look at it also, because you listen to me, if you have to really look on it in depth, you know. The JPS has been called out, you know, and it's not just now, you know. It's also it's a 360 coming away round, you know. Is this what happened in Hurricane Beryl? And remember, you know, Hurricane Beryl did not make a landfall in Jamaica, and it was the same agonizing situation. You know, you have to call, you know, JPS to them for try
J
restore.
views is December. Some people get back light, you know. Some people in cities get back light
Yeah,
in December.
exactly. And Jamaica YouTuber that just said he had to invest in solar system because of that. Now the system made a landfall as a category 5. You understand? So basically mean probably it's going to make a year, maybe a year or more before people get electricity.
There was
And
one of
knowing
the
the
guys. Sorry, just to interject. There's
Mhm.
one of the guys from overseas was doing an interview with some radio station in the western part, and he was like, "We thought we were coming here to repair. We actually found out we're coming here to rebuild." This is totally
All right.
wiped out. He said areas we are totally rebuilding.
So the thing is, you know, even if JPS want to come and say, well, it might take a year in some instances, you know, some if he say that bad and not so bad, you know. But when year go on, them can't give nobody a time frame, a completion, right? Nor them can tell we say, boy, yeah, man, we have all of the money. So right now, everything in a limbo, you know, we apart from the 150 million, everything is in a limbo as we speak. So that is where it's at sometimes. The public confidence is not there because one, not for the people them don't have a clue who will be prioritized and who will not be. But one thing is clear: the majority of those affected right now as I speak, there is no definitive time frame. If you say, yeah, man, we have the money and we know get it, we know get it for sure, you know. But about next year because we have the money still. We just have to try bring in the materials and the manpower.
But
Yeah.
even without that 150,000, without 150 million, the work would have completely stopped. You know? Completely stopped. Because them of us use it as excuse and say, well, we're trying to raise the funds. Without that 150, the work completely stopped. And every day the work stopped, I'm pretty sure it pushed back people getting like more than a month. Because you have hundreds of linemen and hundreds of people on the road. Yesterday I was driving on between Discovery Bay and Salem. And if you see the amount of trucks on the road, people doing work. If you see the amount of truck from Discovery Bay all the way back to Toll Road, the amount of truck of people are doing work. I mean, I tell you, say they're actually working. And imagine you come up on my in a truck. JPS say, boy, we are raise the funds. Without 150 million. Now the government can say, well, this 150 million is supposed to be able to carry the work for the next 3 months. So you have 2 months to raise the funds or 3 months to raise the funds or do whatever you need to do.
Well, I understand, but when you look at the investors having 80%, yeah, it's disgraceful. So the man with 20% and him step forward 150 million and you have
Because
80.
because remember it's two different responsibilities. You know? One is the government of a country, and it's a government responsibility to do what's in the best interest of the people of the country. The investor don't care. Them are invest them look on return on them dollar, on them money. That's what them care about. Them don't care about me and you getting back light. Them
Right.
care zero about that. And
So
they will
yeah.
probably investors even say, yo, hold out, because if we hold out, I make them sign but the 15-year lease license agreement with it. It is better for us. So all investors don't have Jamaica interest at heart. So you can put them in the play.
Right. All right. So I'm gonna play that little clip here, quick and fast, and never get back to the reason. You see, but yeah, me like I said, the people of the country, which means all the people them. And right now with a 150, it only gonna stop a little gap. So all the people
I
them
would
are
rather,
gonna benefit.
I would rather 5 out of 100 people get back light than 100 people without light. It's the same thing. We had this discussion with some zinc distribution with some people, and we're like, yo, we can get 300 people 2 sheets of zinc. Why not give 100 people 10 sheets of zinc so your house fully covered? Make it 300 people 3 sheets of zinc. Someone throw them some zinc, so because that can't cover them house.
Yeah, well, it probably can cover one part where him can say, all right, cool. But in this case, power restoration is a priority for everybody. And when me are saying, me not talk about the government, me talk about this multi-billion-dollar companies where at the end of the day, them have them equity in a JPS and them also have other source of funding in 1 month, and them still can come up with some money if you say we have the 350. That's disgraceful on them. I'm gonna just play this
But
and then we
again, the interest of them is the investors. That is their interest, and the interest of government is the government of the people of Jamaica. So everybody's doing what is in their best interest. That we have to look for.
Right.
Yes, it might be a disgrace to them, but you have to look at it. That's how business work.
Yeah, but what the
What
government is doing, James Bond, is not gonna benefit all the people right now. That are the
Yes, but
problem.
it better is glass half empty than glass half full. It
But
better is some than none.
No,
That's what
but
I'm trying to say.
But who determines who get left behind?
It doesn't matter, Emo. It have to
Of
be
course, it
once.
matters who we
No,
are left behind.
so you'd rather left everybody behind then. Don't
It's not a
benefit
matter.
none at all.
It's not a matter of leaving everybody. Nobody should be left behind. That's my argument.
But that's just not the reality of it right now. So just you have to do what you can. Some have to get, some have to just wait, or just nobody at all don't get. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, but you have to just look and say, why is it the reality when that's something we can fix?
We're in a devastation crisis that we have never seen before, and we're just making decisions off the fly right now. There's nothing planned. We just have to do what we can right now. So you just have to make decisions fast. You can't sit there and say, all right, me now about to give them 150, because if they must spend 150 million US, the light go and just reach a Santa Cruz, and it now go reach a Black River, it now go reach a wherever. You have to make sure you say, okay, cool, we're going to reach a Black River. No, because remember, you can't reach a Black River one time, so it's stages it's going in. So you say, all right, buffer it in this stage now. So by the time you reach a Santa Cruz and done, they should have something in place to say, all right, continue on to Black River now.
As I'm saying, right now, we don't even know about the interest rate, so we don't know what going with that. We don't even know where the money coming from either. We don't hear nothing like that neither. So a whole heap of things need to iron out with that. But let me just play this way Mark Golden say, and then we get back to the reasoning. I find this conversation very interesting.
Conference this morning. It's the second press conference we've had since the hurricane hit Jamaica. First one was about a week after the hurricane hit. We're now about 4 weeks since that date, 3 weeks since the press conference. And I wanted to have the elected representatives of the people in the constituencies that have been extremely badly affected to have the chance. I wanted to give them a chance to describe to the media and the public what they're experiencing and the deficiencies in the response, the gaps that need to be filled, and the decisions that need to be taken. This is not to be anything other than responsible representatives of the people to bring to the attention of the authorities and the public what needs to be done to make the overall response more effective. We know that there are hundreds of thousands of people whose lives have been turned upside down by this cataclysmic event. And the effects of that event are ongoing. We talk about phases and initial response morphing into recovery and other phases. But the truth is that because of the very ad hoc arrangements that have been put in place thus far, the level of normalcy and stability that have returned to the lives of people in the badly affected areas is very erratic. Some people have received relief because of good fortune, happen to be living in close to the major arterial roads, or they have had the benefit of interventions from international and local NGOs and disaster relief organizations. But many, many others have had little or no interventions. And so the situation is not an even one. And there are far too many people still who are suffering from the initial effects of this hurricane. The opposition, as I said at the first press conference, and I want to repeat it now, we must not seek to score political points as a competitor of the government. This is not the time for that. We've just gone through a general election barely 2 months ago. This is a time when Jamaica's facing a huge disaster, an economic disaster, a social disaster, a humanitarian disaster. And the role of the opposition at a time like this is to help the government to respond as effectively as possible, because we want Jamaica to get back on its feet. We represent people who need that to happen. So when you see us perhaps disagreeing with the government on a particular issue, it is not as a result of being cantankerous or being trivial or petty. We take issue with those things that we think are fundamental and that we should not allow to be implemented in the originally proposed way, because it will have a deleterious effect. It will have an effect on the governance of the country or on the response to the disaster, which is suboptimal and needs to be improved. And that is how we have been attempting to approach this. Equity, transparency, and accountability are vital in the response to a disaster. We have heard numerous reports that political representatives of the governing party are being used to distribute government relief, taxpayer funded or donor funded through the government relief, in ways which they have no legal or political standing constitutionally to play that role. Elected representatives must be included in things that are happening in their constituency so that they have information, so that their information can be shared with those who are operating on the ground, and you can work together with all stakeholders, including.
All right, so just to pause this for a second. Pretty much the PNP is saying that they are sidelined, from the recovery efforts, from being a part of the recovery efforts. Them say JLP are used political activists for distribute things, and we have received reports. When I hear Mark Golin say we have received reports, I mean, not trust them kind of argument there, because once you're gonna show them red meat, they out there, if you say political representatives are distribute goods. Call name, brother, make we hear what go on. We have received
we must say we still in the community where the 8 people did and bury, so.
We still are waiting for the 8 people. So
we still are waiting for the community name. Can't tell you that you know member. We still are waiting for the community name.
Right. So when I tell you say we have received reports, that we kind of like when Mark Golin stick to it's like in question vase. I like the argument there. But when I say we have received reports, yeah, at the same way we receive reports about the 8 bodies in that one place. And up until now, me not see or hear nothing about that. But anyway, still,
let me
Josh?
make this last point before I leave.
All right, go ahead, Skeptic. Go ahead.
Because I get it that it's gonna take forever until they actually say what they're saying and where the money is coming from. Apart from that, people is just gonna go in circle, wondering where the money is coming from, right? But the demolition has occurred in Jamaica, but I think there has already been a designated plan. So this has moved into not just an initiative of Jamaica, it's a global initiative, right? And so there's going to be a combination of government, international, and private sector resources all coming together. You know, you talk about the European Union and even the Amber Group as well is going to come on board. So this is going to be not just a Jamaica thing anymore. This is going to be a global thing, and all countries have the same infrastructural development right across the board. All right, all the best, gentlemen.
Yeah, man. Take care, Skeptic.
Okay.
And just to update, I was going to give you some of the areas that, because I don't know if you're aware that there are areas in Westmoreland and Hanover that have gotten back electricity by now, right? Orange Bay, Lucy, Logwood, Rock Springs, Santa, Marchtown, Green Island, Arton Court, and Copplewood in Hanover has gotten back electricity, and plus I think a few communities in Westmoreland. Plus areas in Negril and Norman Manley Boulevard, which you know is the tourism strip there in Hanover.
Right, we see what them say. We see what them say 74% have been restored. Yet them say that at 250 million US them want to restore the next 26%. And I was like, damn. So hold on now. 150 million at 24 billion Jamaican. 300 million are gonna be 48 billion Jamaican. And you put our next 5 there, so yeah, look pan. All right, so 48, right, plus an next 7.5 billion there and about. You're looking at say 55 billion Jamaican for 26% for repair the next 26%. I'm like, wow, that's very interesting in terms of the amount of money needed for 26% of the grid. You get what I say? But as me said, them said they want a 350. So we're gonna watch and see if they can fuck up with the next 200 still. But based on what Mark Gonley saying still, he must say, boy, you know, the PNP never play politics. And listen, I've seen instances because I see where Miss Zulika just said, Mr. Chucker passed through and he might give out care package. Even though she stand up there and right behind me or right beside me or whatever, she couldn't go over there and go ask her what go on, you know, right? She said them leave her out tight. But in fairness to, you know, if Mr. Chuck I distribute some care packages to the staff members, right? Me not see nothing wrong with, you know, in inviting the PNP. And then now you have PNP areas too, where the same thing too, a peer politics a play. You get what I say? Yeah, when Miss Zulika just gets stuff, we not see her in a JLP years an issue or nothing. But now I say she might not do it, you know. But I'm saying from this thing I go on, Melissa, politics are playing left, right, and center.
Yeah, you know, both sides play politics. They're politicians. It's just when I hear politicians say them thing, they may shake my head. Both sides. That's just the reality.
Jamaica YouTube is all about who play the better politics now. Because look, you see, the reality is, the fact is, the hurricane would have devastated probably most, or not all, of the opposition MPs side at the parliament. Correct?
Yeah,
all
man,
right.
they have been the most affected.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
We talk about number of constituencies.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, and then you see the thing is now, you see it, you know, because you would realize that, you know, they are the one, you know, seeming like they're helpless. For example, I would have heard persons, you know, people are accused, we're not see the government doing anything. But so truly, all right, for example, I see Abka Fitz-Henley and Tavares Finsu. They would have gone in their personal funding and would have purchased material out of there. I would have seen them made videos and wrote stories about it. And they would have gone into these areas and done it. So you have to understand that this is probably a fly is flying back in some of these opposition PMP's face, because guess what? some of these persons are going to member parliament, and we say now, I want to play the better politics. So let's call it a spade. I want to play the better politics. I would have seen Juliet Owens going in some of these areas with a truckload of supplies, issuing out. You
Yeah,
understand?
but first and foremost, you have
What,
to clarify something. She never went there as a politician. Is her
Yeah, she never went.
foundation.
She never. Yeah, me know.
and what
Is
you
her
guys have to also
foundation.
remember to remember these MPs get people to donate to them and raise funds
Exactly.
on their own. So if I am an MP who raising funds on my own, you can just you obviously just go and distribute your funds wherever in your constituency. Because that's what
Exactly.
you're going to do.
Yeah, yeah,
You're not government giving them
exactly.
money and then never say them are going to give for them people alone.
Yeah, man. But may I know how the situation is that it is. They're going to see it, and as Imo say, some of these MPs, they are not going to investigate, and to see what is what. They are going to be standing right there and saying all what they want to say that is political, instead of going over and finding out whether these donations are from donors X, Y, or Z. You understand? And the whole aspect that these persons are coming in their constituency is also, that's it, I kind of show them up. Because guess what? From day one, they are the one on cameras crying. And me keep on tell him, you see, if let me tell you see, if these MPs, especially on the opposition, were putting down the camera lens and stop going on the social media platform and complaining, it wouldn't seem as bad as it is. But they were the one out of the starting block. Every minute you look, you see them posting videos and complaining and crying. You understand? And now that other persons going in at them constituency, it even is you understand? So me no know. But
The
them need to
PMP
put on the camera.
the PMP confuse our brother, because me say the same school bus for them say no good and it's a danger to Pitney. Me say why them a ball feet this man is the government to roll up at the school bus. Yeah, one of the robot taxi and the pro box, them mark good in that talk about. Cause that Mr. Shea ball this man, government need to roll up back the school buses. Same school bus for them say was unsafe and them a try to kill off them Pitney them,
Right. Big up to Boo Boo for the super chat. Boo Boo said great convo and problem solving ideas. Big up the chat. Yeah, man. Respect Boo Boo for the support. You know the thing go. You see it. But as we can both agree, say, politics are played on both sides. And we know say that's they don't really get along like that. We know. I know what's funny about it too. Let me tell you what's funny about it. Right now, Right now, if Dayton Campbell choose to cross the aisle and go over the PNP, the whole of the JLP, them are clap him and welcome him with open arms. Clap him in a parliament if him across the aisle. And if one JLP MP across the aisle, then clap him, whether senator or MP, them gladly take them over. But while they are opposing, yeah, man, they are at each other's throat. Politics is a thing where that's very unique to me, We just kind of observe it like that, But one thing we know, right? When it come on to playing politics, yeah, man, them not play with that, man. Them
the
very
problem
tribal away
is
there.
the problem is the A+ mark that international community and World Bank give the government of handling the disaster. That is the problem that the opposition have right now. Them don't feel that the government should have gotten that. That is their problem. So that's why them coming out and them hearing reports of who getting what and them all kind of reports that we can't know. That is the problem that the government have. With the international community looking and say, well, based on what hit Jamaica and the magnitude of the disaster, the government is doing a good job in their response. The opposition did not like that, so they have to come up and muddy about the water. That's just the bottom line.
The only problem me have is that me like when Mark Golin say what I'm saying. But you see, when him say we have heard reports, yeah, I'm afraid of them kind of language there.
Even the mere fact that him have to come out and say, don't think we're playing politics. From the mere fact that the opposition have to come out and say that it's a problem. From the mere fact that him have to come and clarify that they are not playing politics. They are playing. It's like when somebody said, don't make me disrespect you. They're about to disrespect you.
Right. Big up yourself in Rayan Williams. Rayan Williams was about to say that, I am a burn sav I live, and she got Movado the other day, and she never went burn sav because she knew the where is where. So apparently Burn Sava something there at the JLP place. They said that the G are saying us, so when she get the mother the goods, she not come that side there. But most of the listen me, the JLP MP them, they not go over no PNP. As a matter of fact, me not blame them neither. Let me tell you why. Them will go over there and I run the people, them will run them way. And a joke thing.
There was a lady who never wanted the head in her green bag. She said she don't want the care package. They did not want the green bag care package. You think about that. You think about that. You don't have nothing live. I thought about you know want a care package in a green bag. You think it doesn't get any more political than that. You think about that.
Yeah, man. So sometimes I don't blame them either too. I don't blame them because if the MP, then if the PNP MP, if you go over the JLP area, one piece of baga, and if the JLP MP, if you go over the PNP area,
But
them will
Emo,
say,
that
yo,
is
we
the
not
problem
trust
now.
you
No.
know.
PNP are complaining, say JLP are come to them area now, announce and tell them, say them are come give care package. Is that the problem? You know? Say them are come to them area, come give package and now tell them. Like that is
So
the thing. That
so
is the
James,
issue now.
James Bond. But James Bond. That's what I'm highlighting. You know, you see the thing is, you know what exacerbate the thing because they were on social media from the get go complaining. So guess what, me know? Since it being that now, because remember, I know people were saying, "Oh, we're not seeing these people doing this, and we're not seeing people." Now these people are coming in the area now, James Bond. Imagine, you know, James Bond, you are in the area, and guess what? You've been crying wolf all along. Now the other people them now are come in my area now, and yes, they can in a some way. Yes, say, come on, come join hands in art. But man, know say yo, then I like the one of the like that. You understand? And guess what, my James Bond? It's a rub in the face too. You understand? It's a little level of
But
boastmanship.
if I was a PNP MP, you know, election done 2 months ago, that means that we have 5 years. That is 20 years in politics. Me not care who at this point, me not care who want contact me. I just want to make sure that my people might get things. Because there's no political points to begin from this. 5 years from
Exactly.
5 years in politics is 50 years. So I mean, like this will have no impact on the election.
Well, so pretty much initially the end of the bar say no aid not reach. Now the aid are reach, you know. The mess bar say they're not notified as to when the people are come to the place with the aid. So as me say, you know, me just think say that's the thing very political. I mean, I understand why. Said they not really like each other like that. But the moment somebody willing to cross the aisle, as me I said, just like all Abe Dabdoob and them Monday. Yeah, remember said them welcome back George Wright with open arms. But couple months before, man, I run in where I said, go over there, so don't sit beside me. I want back, I sit and them a laugh for 5. So yeah, politics that man. It does not
Imo, Imo, I'm gonna ask you a question. You listen to Dayton Campbell's tone after everybody toured his constituency. You listen to Dayton Campbell tone compared to everybody else in the parliament. Or Dayton was subtle. You notice him never so aggressive.
Yeah, because remember say I ball him. No. Remember ball him shed tears in a brother. Remember I ball him and I ball him say in ball when him see what go on 9 place, you know. Me say Lisa and I carry some goods go give him and Lisa and I say he's a Pisces, you know. That's why I'm so bally. You understand me I say? But yeah, me not really see them more balling from data and
Then
still.
take the woman container house and get to and go like say them and get to the woman come out and beat him. Don't remember the woman. Take the woman container house, get to and say, yeah man, MP at the work and whatever. And the poor woman now just come out and beat him and I say, when they ever call me name, when I go like I wanna give the people them house. So
Yo, me think data the first one to get a beating still. Yeah, people are gonna always cuss Andrew, but me think say data get that beating them man, because the woman vex. The woman vex bad in the brother.
but Emo, that is foolishness though. You're giving away our house. At least say to somebody, say, boy, you know, and in partnership with John Brown and whatever, now we can give somebody here. So it's a start to give somebody a home. We get a whole house and give somebody and don't even mention the money. And I just give it the house and don't say nothing. But when you come up now, come say yes, date and Campbell give you a house. That make it look away. Just give it the house and don't say nothing.
Yeah, make you kind of agree with that too. Say if you might give away the house, just give it away and not say nothing. All
Hold on.
right.
Just a question. What is that different from the Lukamis situation? With the food, with the containers, with the 2 containers, them where she carry, where she spend how much millions, and then somebody, I'm not saying Dayton, but somebody on his team did a video to make it seem like he was the one distributing the food.
No,
Not
it
the food.
was a container house them and the lady
Right.
give them.
Right.
No, man, she gave away food to you.
Oh, there was food involved into. I know she was. I know it was
I
a
was there.
container
I
house.
can't tell
Them
you.
was,
I can't tell you. I can't give you the details. She spent a lot of millions of dollars to buy food, and food and
but
diapers
she
and
was
all kind of
upset.
stuff.
So I thought it was just the house she give her.
It's a woman who have money, you know. If you know her, if you know the link, or who was her she's a widow. Who she's a widow of, you'd know.
Let me see.
What if money there?
And we wait there. We wait there. Q, just a little Q there. Let me see. Does Jungle ring a bell? Jamaica YouTube?
Yeah, man. They need the right pan there. They don't need to go no further.
All right. So just say no more, because that incident was very tragic. You get what I say? Yeah, that incident was a very tragic one.
No, I know her good man. English, Jamaica YouTube. She have all much complex of Cherokee and them something, man.
Yeah, man. All Wellington and them place there.
Yeah,
That's
she's solid, man. She have all big trawler or the fishing off the coast of Venezuela.
But when A. Taylor get the newest BMW, them, you know, she one of them will get personally invited.
The X7. Let me tell her.
She was the first person to get an X7 in Jamaica. Yeah.
Yeah, she get an X7.
So people don't even that they call real money.
Right, so you know, say Dayton then can't get nothing more from her so easy at all, because them they even mention her in it, and really and truly, if people are doing it like that still, at least I can mention them, man. One King D, big up yourself, you know. Ricky Tan, where you going with?
Let me tell persons, she's not the kind of person that likes attention. It's
But
just
that's
that
what she was saying.
she just felt her.
Just get
Guys, somebody I've known for years. I mean, personally, not just know about her, know her personally. Understand?
Right.
So, yeah, she's not that, but it really hurt her the way it was done.
Yeah, because at least them can say, boy, I met them say, yo, thank you and big respect.
The thing was, it's not her name she was upset about, you know. She said they didn't even mention her foundation. You understand? They could have mentioned the foundation.
Yeah, true. All right, maybe. Well, on George, you there, see me? George, you there, see me, George?
Yes. Yeah, man. Listen to you.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
So,
man.
all right, cool. So, let me just play a little bit of this way left there when Mark Golding them said, because the man them said, boy, the politics now rampant, you know. And
before you play, I forgot jump off people. So big up, because I forgot get some sleep. I forget up back early again. So big up, respect everybody. Take care, see?
Yeah, man. Bless up my brother. Guidance and a guidance Jamaica YouTube.
Yeah, man. Manners and respect me, G.
Those who are representing the other side of the political fence to get us the best possible solution in a difficult situation. That is not happening. I have been bringing these incidents, as I hear of them, I have been bringing them to the attention of the Prime Minister through WhatsApp. He has not responded to me at all since last week, the Saturday before last, 10 days ago. I have not heard from him in response to any of my messages. So when the Minister of Information says that we have been communicating constantly, that is simply untrue. There has been a total cessation of any communication, certainly coming in my direction from the Prime Minister. I note that there's a decision that has been taken to enact legislation to establish a new reconstruction agency, the acronym NARA, National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, I believe, which will have wide powers to ensure that decisions can be taken very quickly when it comes to rebuilding, for example. I know that this is something that the private sector have been agitating for, and I see the need for it. But where you are circumventing normal procedures because the circumstances that we're in require that, it is all the more important that the thing be done in a transparent manner and that all critical stakeholders should be at the table when those decisions are being taken or being reviewed. The Prime Minister, in making that announcement, spoke of a broad-based governance structure for this new authority. I had called for something of that nature right after the hurricane.
See, Margot will not take credit for the Nara thing there. You get what I say? Yeah, but what Mark Golden is saying at 10 days now, he might text Andrew on his phone. Andrew not respond to him at all. So the notion that there's coordination between him and Andrew, unless, you know, like when Miss Dixon say, Mark Golden is saying that not going at all. You know, Andrew, unless I ignore him or not yell him or whatever, not respond. 10 days now.
Imo, you really believe that, Imo? WhatsApp, Imo? Imo, come tell us something, Imo. If me and me to my goal in my walk with those are tape recorder, brother. WhatsApp?
You can imagine how much WhatsApp the Andrew phone, how much WhatsApp message by Andrew phone right now. You can imagine that. My goal in there were other channels to get to the Prime Minister.
Man, come see, say JLP them a liar and wicked. Why Ricky Tan, you know, easy. You know? But Mark going as 10 days. He's publicly saying at 10 days now. Andrew now responding by WhatsApp. So you know, can call him. I ain't afraid to call him.
Yeah, me a WhatsApp you that me have your number now. Me a WhatsApp you now. Me call you. Me a WhatsApp you, me have your number. So me call.
No, James Bond, guess what? My goal look if the blue tick come up. If you read the message, you know, if you read the message, you see blue tick, or you know, read it, the blue tick that come up.
My good, I said, yo, the message was seen or open, whatever, you know. I sent, you know, it sure said it's sent, you know. These are nice. Me believe Mark Golin say at 10 days now, he might not get no response from WhatsApp because Andrew wants to have 1 million people that WhatsApp him. You understand?
Africa for 4 days. That I sent the G7, G27. So then Africa answer to Mark Golin. Mark Golin, if you go talk to the Deputy Prime Minister, other people on the ground, man, for deal with.
Right, but if you now get you to if Andrew now respond to WhatsApp, you know, call Andrew straight. I've seen him an iMessage or something, man.
So like Mark Golin on the credit. So like Mark being on the credit. I don't know the internet kind of picture patch, you know, so the message I'm coming but in the credit.
Well,
Mark, at 10 days now.
He can't send a blue tick.
Yo, Janu, but any Mark Golin never have some valid points and already, you know, but sometimes I sample man them to man.
But he give himself clause in the ability again. Mark Golin said, my way. So when time the next MP, they must say, well, we've been in talks with the people because the information minister did tell one who was in talks. You know, Mark Golin said him personally. So he might give himself an out. He said, me never say everybody, me say, he's certainly not coming my way because him no want to talk to nobody else but bro God.
Right. Me see something there. Me see invest check in. Invest.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, man, loud and clear.
Man, I can't believe the opposition leader make that statement. You're trying to get to the Prime Minister, and you're saying that you're sending message on WhatsApp, and you're sitting there waiting for him to respond, and you're the opposition leader. That show that all you do is just be proactive. You're not proactive. You're not. Because if it's urgent matter, you not sit and wait. You take up the phone and call. People, this is the representation. This is it.
Invest the
And
man say
it's, and
one
it's,
click that the message him now got through. Andrew credit done to her. One tick.
I just can't understand how people listen to something like that and can cheer. Oh yes, he's doing a good stuff. Are you kidding me? You are the leader of the opposition, and you're trying to get information to the prime minister of your own line, and you send it via message, and you're sitting down and waiting 10 days. Sitting and waiting. So if the man don't respond to you for the next year, you're gonna still sitting and waiting. That's it. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. And that show the leadership of the PMP is them just they're not proactive. Them always a lead from the back. That's a problem. Them not, it's like you have to have an alternative vision for counter and run if you're trying to become part of the government. You can't just sit back, laid back. You can't be.
Invest. If Mark Golden want to talk to Andrew Holness, Mark Golden can jump in and car and tell him drive up a car motor anywhere Andrew there, and Andrew happy. Just like when you go find Andrew Stevenson and them man there, go turn up and a talk with and share this and that, where them a thank you, come visit. You can go visit the Prime Minister too. If you find the time to go visit Andrew Stevenson and them man there, you can find the time to go visit the Prime Minister. And I'm sure if you
There
turn up at the
must
Prime
be a
Minister office one morning,
right.
he'll let you in.
There
He'll not gonna
must
turn you away.
there must be a direct communication between the two leaders, you know. There must be. So you're telling me that WhatsApp is the only way? WhatsApp.
Well,
As it is right
No
now,
phone
as it
line.
is,
No.
right, invest right now. It is me. I look for my phone. I have 127 WhatsApp message.
Man,
I miss none close. So you can
Yo,
imagine how much stuff on Andrew phone.
I can't
yo,
believe this. I
me
can't.
that yo, invest with that like invest with there's a dead invest with there's a dead and dead in laugh. You can't believe it, you know.
I can't believe the man makes such an utterance. I'm trying to get to the Prime Minister. I send the messages on WhatsApp, and up to now, him no respond to me. And you just sit there, and that's okay. For the leadership, really, that's okay. No, sir. I'm sorry, but that not ready.
right.
That not ready at all.
Here we go on. You know, on a serious note, though, still, you know, me not lie still, you know. You know, say, boy, Sean Paul really fully active on the ground, you know, brother. Me not talk about, as me say, big up to everybody where, you know, you just see them play them part, right? But in terms of dip on the ground for weeks and months, I say a long time going to places and stuff like that. And me see him do a thing, and I think it's a very interesting thing, right? You have this place, a food spot, you know, where people, it's just like a fake spend, you know, all who know when they go watch your beer or whatever side and stuff, all a fake spend and get some food, or when they come back, whether when they go or when they come back. Fake spend is always a good spot, right? That spot got devastated, and the man decided that they might go build back the place, you know, man. All that food spot them, build it back, because that's how we have to start to rebuild a little small economy there, right there. So you understand me?
Say Jack Kerr have one place out there too, and you see what he put for himself. Well, I mean, tell you.
Well, big up to Alex Brown for this super chat, you know. Alex Brown said, 1 second invest, Mike, your background kind of nice here.
No problem.
Yeah, man. Well, 1 second there. Big up to Alex Brown for the super chat. The G said, big up everybody. Great reasoning. All right, let me play a little piece of video here, so the ones them can see what I go on, because these are the little small things that makes the big difference in my view. Like these little small vendors where lose everything. If you give them back a start, you know, so at least them can, you know, restart them little small economy around there. So sell where them are sell and things like that. So really and truly still, Sean Paul has been to a lot of places, doing a lot of things. And it is commendable too, because remember man say, yo, Sean Paul, them are uptown people and this and that. I would say Sean Paul out in the trenches, man, 24/7. Busy day by day. You understand me? I say. So it is commendable, you know, trust me.
Boy, We are trying to sprinkle it every week. Well, last week when I was here, I tell you I'm going to forward back. Next week, I'm going to send back again until the place built. You understand? Reason why yes, so first, in certain terms, you know it's the hub. You know, say people need that for their moral. When we pass through, yes, sir, and see one table, remember hard job come and say, yo, we can't even buy the soup or so I feel good for no say. Right now we are built back. Right? I'm promising the last week, I'm there now. So I don't want nobody feel like they get left off card the next week they're and the next week they're there. You understand? We are build back the place. Put where we are give into this so make yes so can be back at economic hub and make back money. Please. That's what we are at. So we like to see the progress, we're seeing it, and we're cleaning up the beach, and we just want to make them know, say, straight love. Then, that's that we are dealing with. No farmer, no problem, no politics against this or that, or the straight love.
And remember again, please, when you use the product them and fix what the shop them, make we can pass and see the thing look good and see some greatness.
Yeah, man.
We're going to check on any house on have a mash down. We're going to check on that.
That's
but them goods that want to get right now, I have to build up the shop them.
I'm fixing here, so it's not just, it help a lot of people moral to see about the place, full and vibrant. So make we do it. Make we do it, yeah?
To do it together. So the mission is to build back the place. All right? Build back border. What's the mission? Build back border.
Yeah, man, and for those who might know the border region there, a whole heap of little food them deal and them something them more time, man, you know? It's a little nice little spot, man. You get me? I say, Rickitan, why you call in and tell we where Andrew only to do, where we're afraid to criticize. Cause last time I check, yeah, I'm not censored or I'm under duress. So if you are say who no keep talking about opposition, you probably never there when we're there and a reason. But no man, love Andrew. No, I mean I love Andrew more than I love myself. I love nobody more than I love myself. You get me? I say, Rickitan, sometimes I think say you love the PNP more than you love yourself because you, as long as a PNP forget beaten, you gonna always have the belt quick and fast. Anyway, still, George, you want to say a quick thing? George there? All right, like George there. J Views, I don't know if you want to say a quick thing. J Views
there, man, but me listening.
All right, yeah, man, no problem. James man, you there, me G? I don't know if you want to say a quick thing.
Yeah, but I'm saying overall, the response could be better, but I think the government is doing all that they can. That's the only way I can put it. It will never be perfect. It can't be perfect because in a perfect world, everybody get back like the same day. Everybody get a care package. Everybody road clear. That would have been a perfect world, but with that in a perfect world, it cannot be perfect. Can the government do better? I think they can, but I think they could, but they're doing all the best they can as well too. But with Sean Paul thing though, him doing a good job on the ground. Good job, and him really in there, cause as you can see, the bright light them kind of take time I get dim now. Remember now, 2 weeks ago, every day, your timeline full of people are giveaway and this and that and the snap and the picture them and the care package and whatever. Everybody kind of gone back to them life now, for them reality. And him still out there. I put in the work and I do the work on the ground. Which the easy part was giving away the care package and all of that. The real devastation don't start in Jamaica yet. And I've been saying this from day one. Wait till January, February, it's going to really start. It don't start, the suffering don't start yet. The inflation not spike yet. The food shortage don't start yet. Trust me, the real devastation don't start in Jamaica as yet. And we're going to see it. There's some rough days ahead of us, and we're going to need everybody's help. So for Sean Paul continuing giving us strength and especially establishing back those small businesses. Remember when you open back one small business, you help about 30 people, Can you help the lady and her two people them go back to school, you help this, that, whatever she have money enough to spend back in the other shop, buy what she needs. So it's a good thing he's doing.
Right. Rickitan, you have to call in and ask yeah man, James Bond man. Say what the government has done and them sitting there. But Rickitan, you asking them questions where that means they don't. You understand what I say? Bro, you have to just keep it real more time, man. If the government do things, yeah, I guess everybody can argue and say, well, the pace in which things are being done, it could have been much speedier. But if you say the government nah do nothing, me can't agree with that, brother. Me can't agree with that at all. Me just know say Rickitan, you just out there for just put the flame to Andrew Wallace and the JLP, no matter what. It's not about wrong or right for you. It's just a matter of flaming the JLP and the government. Because I am sure every sensible person will agree, say, boy, they might do things, It's just that they think they could be doing it much faster. You understand what I say? But politics and the tribalism, I always debate, man. That not change, man. That not change one bit.
But realistically, not even Mark Golding is taking these stands, as bad as things, He's saying that government is doing things, him just probably don't like how it's done, or him don't like the pace of it. Even if the 150 million, he's not objecting to them not getting the money. Him just want to know based on what are the terms and whatever.
Right.
And as he has said, based on the damage that the hurricane has done to the grid, him see where the value of whatever them say them want, him see where it going to cost that amount of money to repair. Him just want the details of whatever is the loan and whatever is taking place, which are valid question as well. I agree with it. If you're going to loan money or whatever, we can't just give you free money, so. But at the same time, come with the details. So what Rickitan is fighting, what Rickitan has said, that even Mark Golding don't agree with him. So I don't know where I fight for a man that agree with what you are saying. Not even Mark Golding agree with what Rickitan is saying.
James Bond, may I ask you a question? The Prime Minister said the allocation for the 10 million, the disbursement for the MP. You remember? Can you understand what him highlight for what the 10 million is for?
Well, I think there's two different 10 million. One that go out for the first 10 million. They go out for address the important needs of people coming to them of whatever. Some people think of a build back house. Government don't have the obligation to build back your house, so that was not to build back house. I guess it's for people like he didn't make mention like an old woman or mothers of whatever. Just the people in desperate need where he knows they can help. The other 10 million was for the cleanup process because, as you know, a couple of diseases that broke out on them something there. So the cleanup have to start ASAP. And he had breakdown in terms of I think like 2 million for drain, 5 million for debris dumping, and then like another 3 million for something else. But it was two different 10 million that gone out so far.
Oh, so because I thought this 10 million was just the first. So you said there was one before?
Yeah, man, there was a first 10 million for the right after the recovery. This other 10 million is
remember some man calling them that ask 50 million, man.
A 50 million them did ask right after the rip.
Right. Yeah, remember 50 mil, and I think Isaac the one 100 odd million.
Yeah, for the parish get the least affected, him 100 odd million. Not even dating who's well to get the basic. Now it's 150 million.
Right. Yeah. Well, listen me, boo boo. Sean Paul has always been respected musically. I may understand some man will say, boy, him not get the respect when him deserve. That can be said is true too as well. Like the ratings where Bob Marley not getting a Jamaica like that. Probably Sean Paul might not get it, but he's highly respected. And he's a man like this. When he come out to the humanitarian side, he always out there playing part to him and Shaggy. We're not talking about storms or nothing like that, or even the normal circumstances, or when Shaggy I deal with the Shaggy and Friends, where the proceeds of the Bustamante Children's Hospital. Yeah, man. So people have them foundation and put in work, man. It's not only musically still. So you know it go. But as one would say still, sometimes, yeah, man, even your own not really appreciate you than people outside. And that's the same thing with even reggae as well and dancehall. Most of the people them will appreciate our artists them, and not even the one them a yard like that. And more people outside of the core. So I just say that go, but that not stop him from staying out there on the ground, I encourage the people them support who forget support. Yeah, because building materials, people want to know James Bond. The water and liquor food and care package. Hey, yeah, that is good too. But a roof over your head, that is also very important. Building materials.
I'm belly full. You know if you sleep that rough. Because my belly full, I mean I have no roof that rough.
Right. The worst of all, it might rain and you're able to show if it's gonna rain and them something there. You understand me? I say? Yeah. So all right, Ricky Tan say Andrew didn't give 210 million. Ricky Tan easy, you know. Ricky Tan, we just know say that's you gonna always beat Andrew. We just know that. They get what me I say. We just know that still. But when it comes down to the oversight thing as it relates to the money being spent and things like that, nothing wrong with bringing in, you know, private sector stakeholders and things like that. I mean, that's nothing wrong with that still. You get what me I say? Don't but what's this now? Oh wow. What's this? I didn't even know that Mr. Julian Robinson. I think J Views was actually saying it earlier. Where no, this is a very serious question still, you know, and a serious note though, because he's opposition leader, he's opposition spokesman and finance, right? And for real, Favor silent bad. And as me say, when Nigel was here, all of them sitting there with attack with the numbers and whatever finance, and Nigel is at the forefront. You understand me? I say, and Favor really silent, and really and truly, one might say, well, I saw Favor stay, but a time like now, when I whole heap of numbers are crunch all about the place and disbursement here and there and them something there, one would expect remember the finance minister, you know, finance minister is always like one of your most senior positions in the government, you know. Finance minister. The finance minister is, let me tell you, me think that the finance minister is like, let's say in the top three most you know, significant ministry.
I would say the top two. I would say the defense and then the finance minister.
Right.
Are probably the number one, because
Health,
without the finance minister you can't channel the
security,
money.
health,
You can't channel
finance,
the
them
money to.
three there.
I would say finance, because without finance you can't channel the money to get security. Because security costs money.
True that too. You can't buy the equipment, them and them something there. So my point is though, really and truly still, Miss Faval really silent for true, man. She's silent, bad. The silence is deafening. And a joke thing. After the hurricane, remember in a Faval, never they had debate and them something there before the election, man. Because that means that then they see her that confident. And she did very well to a debate. But when me I say is that Jar Banks big up yourself, you know. When me I say is that Faval for real, very silent, man. Silent bad. Too bad in my view. But Faval has been very silent for true. Very, very silent. I don't know. But is really
I think the prime minister need to be blamed for that, because as a leader, whether or not you're shy, is not your personality. Now, as I said, now is not the time to be shy. So the prime minister duty to say, yo, we need to get out the information or make everybody carry them weight. You cannot hide now. Now is not the time to hide.
right. And remember, say the prime minister too, he have a lot pan in plate too, you know, right? So even certain announcement where the finance minister normally deal with and them something there, you know, yeah. I mean, I think Andrew need to burden himself down if he attack the matters of finance when
Yeah,
we have
even with this
finance.
150 million, yes, it's Daryl's sector because it's JPS or whatever. So Daryl made the announcement, and then the finance minister should have come in right after that. Come give the details on the loan.
Yeah. I mean, it's good. Listen to me right now. You know, the people want to know say, yeah, man, them can have the confidence, you know, in the government. You understand me? I say, yeah. People want to have the confidence. People want to have the confidence. You understand me? I say, if you know, say, here go on. Yeah, man, we have a finance minister who is confident enough to know, say, here go on. Yeah, man. We are going to deal with this thing here. We are going to make the announcement and we are going to be confident out here. But yes, she's silent for true still. It's a valid statement, this by Mr. Robinson. And you can't be shy and be finance minister. Never see a shy finance minister yet.
Imo, me tell you, from Nigel Clark depart, and I say that the thing with Nigel Clark is assertiveness. If you watch Nigel Clark, the way him assert himself Not just in a forceful way, but in ways where him need for teach or let you understand the whole aspect of his ministry. You understand? And that would as somebody would have say, yo, a night today between favor. But you're right still. She should have been in the forefront because a matter of fact, this whole aid, every time somebody sending something to Jamaica, there's a dollar value added to it. You understand? Even if it's not direct, but it is all of these aid. I want to listen to the news. This a person that sends something, a dollar value is added to it, added to whatever they are sending. You understand? So she should, and yeah, she shouldn't be staying out of the limelight. She should have probably forced herself. You understand? For let people understand now. Not to mention, people are speculating the money I got this so and this money I got that, and just even quell some of the naysayers, because to be honest, you being silent is also fueling the skeptics. I may know say the skeptics. I say it is coming like Melissa made the skeptic, the skeptic, they multiply in a droves. You understand? But them say shall speak what next week Tuesday should be sooner still, but let's see what shall come with.
Yeah. I mean, definitely. People want to hear. People really want to hear. What go on, in terms of the numbers, like how much come in, how much has been allocated already, how much in reserve, with net international reserve, like where we can draw from. Cause we will see where Andrew wanted to say, he might ask the international community, including the IMF, man. You understand what I say? Including the IMF and the World Bank and all those groups. And Joe unless I say, boy, yeah, man, him look a piece of food from them. And you know what that mean? Loans to people. And we have to take loans, We have to take loans. A man might say, yo, we don't want to go over IMF and whatever, but we have to take loans because here we go now. The government no have. Remember the government budget every year, The government budget every year at you when them are collecting a revenue and taxes and them sitting there, Yes, we might have some reserves sit down around this, but over $1 trillion sit down like that. No, we don't really have it like
After
that
this,
to just spend.
all reserves wipe out. Melissa wipe out all reserve. So we have no
Yeah,
reserves to don't know.
right.
Reserve, insurance, everything wipe out.
Plus if business pass, not now go on, no taxes can collect. You get me? I say,
Yeah,
big up yourself,
there's going to be a big revenue shortfall this next fiscal year. Trust me.
But gentlemen, it is such a damper when I heard the economy grew by 4.6% the last quarter. Can just imagine that.
Yeah, and they're actually saying that it's there's gonna be a recession. And that's expected too, because listen, me see one sweet pepper. Me see one sweet pepper for $1,000. One sweet pepper, and it's imported from the USA. And 1,000 add, I think $1,080. That's like $7 US, for one pepper.
But if may so some of these vendors are going way over edge, because we all know that they don't pay such from the farmers. And the funny thing is, how long was the hurricane?
How long? October 28th.
So would these products what they're getting and selling to the market, would these product would have mature and ripen after the hurricane?
No, man,
Wouldn't these
import
No,
them.
man, a lot of these products are import, but a lot
Import.
of these products were already been imported to Jamaica. You can get
hey,
foreign carrot, foreign whatever it is imported. It's just that
There's a deficit in production to service the entire country though. So prices are going to skyrocket for sure because of the demand.
but invest. Who's going to buy these when you find that a lot of people is unemployed right now? Invest.
The ones who can or have the funds to buy it.
So
Some
isn't that
people
these?
are just going to survive on tin market alone, And you have an next person who can afford to buy two pepper. and spice up them pot. You
But
understand?
even
You
but
remember the last? Yeah, we have to look on Jamaica. How Jamaica is, It's just as though we have conversation on this live about people that say, "Oh, no more board house." Like it's easy to just say that, but the reality is different from just having that conversation. Right now, some people just want some plyboard. Right now, that's what they want. So you gotta tell
so
people no more plyboard. That's what they want right now, so they
so so,
can build them stuff.
so investor question. So what is the sense that some of these producers going to end up going as spoilage or rot? Because you would have failed to actually try and be competitive in your price instead of all ardent. So because
You
guess what?
you
Because I don't
you.
get it for this price, you're going
All
to
right.
still end up spoiling on you.
Let
Because
me tell you.
you all are investor, you know right now invest that a lot of people would have out of a job, and probably who would have savings would have probably somewhat dried up because of lack of employment in this.
But J views, you have to understand the market dictate prices. Yes, people can put some margin on their goods, but if you're in business, the market dictates it. The surplus, right? Because the demand for the thing and based off how much you have, dictate how much the price is going to be. Understand? And also in agriculture, every single crop, every single time there is production, there's always spoilage. Every single crop. The spoilage is something where you have an edge for because it's going to happen. And every single cabbage that's produced is being used. There's going to be wastage. It's happening every single time. You understand? You have to look at how the market is. You have some farmers, them have them goods, and them rather take the goods home than sell it for cheap. Why? Because you're going to saturate the market and the value is going to go down. And it's going to affect them as well. So that's how is the market dictate the price of the goods. So yes, you might say, man, them not supposed to sell the sweet pepper or the carrot for such amount of money. Yes, when you look at it that way. But what the market said, there's someone that's buying it. So if someone is buying it, guess what? It's going to be sold. The person who can't afford it, now go buy it. Because them just can't afford it.
Right. Big up yourself in a Stunner Squad Entertainment. Yeah, man. Respect for the check-in. All right, here we go now. A 5-hour mark with there, 12:35. We're gonna see that one here, so you know everything going on. I don't know if you have anything to say in closing. Big up to the people who pass through. Just leave a like on your way out. J views, you have anything in closing, and then we can ask George and then invest.
Yeah, man. We don't know. Once again, we love the reasoning. Very. The reason tonight was lively. Me get a good piece of laugh on the reason still. You get a good piece of laugh still, boy. I tell you. Me tell you, if I'm tell you, if I was supposed to meet with the opposition, I tell him I work with about a dozen tape recorder in general because trust me, this man every week him come with something different every week. But on the bless upon yourself, panelists, everybody in the chat, please press the like button. Platform is a very wonderful platform. All views contented. Everybody can come, give them peace, and we want platform for grow. So on the bless upon yourself.
Yeah, man. Big up, respect.
Yeah,
They invest.
Yeah, man. Give thanks for the check-in as usual. And we share the same sentiment with J views. Love this platform as always. The participant, the panelists, you guys are really good for have such a collective effort, reasoning. We love Jamaica, so we want to see the best for it. So, everybody stay safe. In terms of what's going on now, I want to see we as a people put more put more emphasis on mental health. I think for so long we used to just label people as mad people and the whole thing. But I think right now, especially in this crisis, right now, people are triggered, and I think you know mental health, we have to start take that more serious, right? When you see people start go down certain pathway, certain type of crime, just certain type of behavior, it's because of what you think. It also govern your action, right? Um, and then hopefully the crime not get out of hand, because we actually was curbing the crime, but based off what's going on right now, we kind of see certain little pockets and certain little things start going on right now, and it kind of start paint a negative picture. Um, but we still hope for Jamaica. We're hopeful, and conversation like these, iron sharpen iron. So best of everybody, and be safe. Until next time.
Yeah, man. Manners and respect invest. George Smith, you there?
Yeah, man. Gentlemen, good reason again, As I say, always
Yeah,
a
best
lift
of job.
at the reasoning, you know. And it's nice that we can, set a dialogue whereby each person can participate and give them perspective, because each person perspective and experience add to the conversation. So big up yourself against Imhotep, because the way you set the platform, it really set it out where dialogue can be had, and that is important in the environment that we are in today. So big up yourself, gentlemen. Nice reason again. Check in on next time. All
Yeah,
right.
man. Big up, big up, big up, big up. Big up yourself, Boo Boo, Joy Precious, Tyrone Hartley, One Queen Lakeisha, Miss T. Big up yourself, and still there. Big up to Rickitan, big up to Stunner, Squad Entertainment. Big up to all the people them who there, man, who pass through, who leave a like. Big up to all the panelists them. Big up to Yo Yo, big up to the Free Thinker, big up to Boo Boo, big up Ryan Williams, big up Alex Brown. You know it go. Manners and respect to everybody. Playback audience, big up on yourself. New subscribers, respect as well. You know the thing, manners and respect. You see it. Tomorrow our Thanksgiving. So probably about Friday night. Well on, tomorrow Thursday, no? Yeah, man. But Friday still, we'll step out and all the next reason still. Time and space permitting. So just look out for we people. Big up to the audience as always. Respect for the support. Big up on yourself.
Blessing, blessing.